It all started with dreams. At first, Naruko woke up with a strange feeling of wrongness. Then she realized that there was something in these dreams that she had to remember. And only a month later she remembered one dream. A dream about a boy. A little sunny boy who, like her, no one loved. But he did not give up and wanted to become a hokage so that everyone would recognize him. The first dream was the most memorable, and then there were more dreams. Lots of dreams. And in every dream there was a memory. Its own grain of emotions, feelings, and experiences. Each such dream was perceived by the girl with pity and a thirst for knowledge of the end. She was the same as this boy, but much worse. She didn't have the same enthusiasm and willpower as the blonde. This little hurricane was able to win all her love, which she could not give to her relatives. And why do they need the love of a worthless Jinchurika? A weak girl with inferiority complexes, and even without a chakra. Naturally, her father stopped communicating with her, and her mother began to ignore her. My sister scoffs at me in every way, and my brother seems to love me, but he runs around on assignments and is almost never at home. Everyone in the village hates her and beats her up anyway, and the Hokage. And what about Hokage? The father doesn't care. Well, at least he visits her in the hospital after the beating. Mom sometimes looks with pity, but does not accept attempts to establish contact. Apparently, no one needs it. And Naru doesn't even know that it's better to be an orphan or an unloved daughter, and then she notices the similarity of the characters from the dreams and her friends. The same Uchiha or Hyuga. Yes, at least the same Haruno. Naruko is 11 now, and so is the boy from the dreams. And what is most amazing, in a dream is the same as Naruko, unlike the fact that she has a family. This is strange, so the girl spends hours in the library looking for something that could help her. How many libraries she has climbed is not worth saying, but she is now an excellent student. But physical fitness still suffers. And if Naru wants to train, he can't. There is no chakra. All shinobi are so used to relying on the chakra that they can't do anything without it. The same Rock Lee. Even if he is engaged only in Tai, but he does not notice it using chakra particles from the environment. It is not so easy to reveal this, especially since he does not have his own chakra canals. If I remember correctly, he could not use the chakra because of this. If you are not right, write in the comments, I will fix it. In fact, he collects the chakra that other shinobi released, thereby strengthening the body. A normal person would not be able to pull this off, but the son of a shinobi, easily, but we have moved away from the topic. Naru can't train because of this, and then after a dream about a boy who created illusory clones so badly that he didn't even pass the test for Genin, but was able to create 1,000 shadow clones, she decided to try it too. You never know, she has exactly that problem. But that would be reckless and stupid. In the end, if she is wrong, then using so much chakra will kill her, and Naruko often has a headache. It's like she's being torn apart from the inside. It's very painful, but the doctors say that there is nothing. Parents think that she is pretending not to go to the academy or to attract attention, until the girl bled from her nose, eyes, and ears. Then everyone was scared, thinking that the nine-tailed one wanted to get out. But then the doctors said that the girl was doing well, and the Uzumaki confirmed that everything was fine with the seal. Then everyone was puzzled, but they came to the conclusion that the girl had done something to attract attention. As a child, she even cut herself for this, so no one had any doubts, except the Uchiha. They were paranoid, almost shouted that this was a bad sign and something might happen to the girl, but no one listened to them. Still, Madara significantly spoiled their reputation, and Tobirama tried. In general, Naruko is hurt that her parents don't like her. Nobody likes. Even her mother's clan didn't particularly like her. When they came to the Uzumaki quarter, all the children did not want to play with her, but her sister was to blame, not the fear of the red-haired demon. No, they didn't think Naruto was a monster or anything, but Maya told everyone that she was mentally ill, which was confirmed by her terrible pallor and bags under her eyes. Therefore, the girl preferred to go to the temple of Shinigami masks. She was calmer there, and no one else went there except her on normal days. Of course, at first they didn't want to let her go there, but then she began to make her way by herself and no one stopped her, thinking that the Shinigami himself would take the rag from the sacred temple, but this did not happen. Although there were many cases when God himself punished those who set foot on the sacred ground with evil thoughts, Naruto also liked to wear dark clothes so that no one would notice her, but still her favorite color was red, like her hair. The blonde hair of her father and the red waterfall of her mother mixed and she became the owner, indeed, of fox hair. Her curls were always noticeable even from a kilometer away. The stripes on the cheeks also gave more similarity to the fox. Either scars or moles with 3 stripes on each cheek were pronounced and looked like a mustache. The bright blue eyes from my father with the silver gleam of my mother's eyes made them fascinating, but many were afraid of them because of the elongated pupil, and Shikamaru also says that everyone is afraid of what they don't understand. By the way, Shika and Chuji are little Neru's best friends. Yes, and the only ones. She values them and simply admires Nara's intelligence and Akimichi's veracity. Although they often get into trouble in the 3 of them, she still likes to be with them. Naruto didn't dream anything today. Her head ached all evening so much that she fell on the bed and did not get up. For 4 hours she tossed around the bed with a terrible headache, and then just passed out from the pain shock. The mother left an hour ago to her friend Mikoto. Maya is still walking with friends, the father is at the residence, and the brother is on a mission, so no one saw the torment of the baby. Neru woke up in the dark. So soft and warm. She enveloped the redhead and gave her a break from the constant pain in her head, but it was as if she was pulled out of there. And they pulled it out loudly and with indignation. There was a feeling that she was being pulled out of warm water onto a cold stone. My throat was burning, and there was catastrophically little air in my lungs. The girl immediately coughed, causing tears to roll down her cheeks. Soon she calmed down and decided to look around to understand what kind of place it was. She was standing knee-deep in water. The water was cold and disgustingly beat on the legs, a long corridor, more like a sewer. It was pitch dark in front and behind. Obeying her 6th sense, Naruto went forward. After going through a few more turns, the girl saw the light at the end. Without hesitation, she started running and in a few minutes was near her destination. What was her surprise when she saw 9 large cages and 2 guys, about 19 years old. In the first cage, which was closest to Neru, there was a large raccoon of sandy color with blue patterns on the body. Then there was a big, blue 2-tailed cat with blue lights on its tails, etc. As far as you have already understood, there were tailed cats in each cage, although they looked tired and exhausted. Those 2 guys looked like opposites of each other. A blue-eyed blonde man with stripes on his cheeks, like a cat, or more precisely a fox. And the second one, on the contrary, is dark-eyed, with black hair, clearly an Uchiha. The alleged Uchiha watched the quarrel of the blonde and the 9-tailed dot, but it hurts her. The blonde man yelled at the fox dot, and what? So she will get to us faster and will not be alone. You're already tired of whining about how sorry you are for the girl. The fox defended himself, although he understood that this stubborn man would never accept his rightness. But not in the same way. The girl herself froze in the shadows and stupidly watched this circus. And now she has already recognized that blonde from her dreams, and next to him, it seems, is an adult version of Sasuke. Oh, gods! What the fuck is going on here? Calm down. What is done cannot be changed. Moreover, she has already come. calmly turned in the direction of the Uchiha girl. One of his eyes was, like all Uchi, black, but the other was purple with streaks, like on water. Everyone else, in turn, stared at the girl, who was poorly visible in the shadows, but nevertheless the figure was clearly visible. Small and bony. Come here, we won't hurt you. Naruto turned to the child, slowly approaching the girl. She first wanted to run back, but remembering her dream, and if it is true, then this guy can be trusted. After a little hesitation, Naruto put her hand in Naruto's offered hand, to which he first smiled with all his teeth, but then frowned when he saw what a thin pen and several whitish stripes, scars. It looked aesthetically beautiful on the girl's pen, but knowing where these scars came from and how much pain they brought, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and these are Uchiha Sasuke, Kurama, Gyuki, Chomei, Saiken, Koku, Son Goku, Isabu, Matatabi and Shikaku. He introduced everyone in descending order. One-Tailed wanted to object something, but his strength was not enough. We have to go now. One-Tailed said weakly and began to disappear. Go ahead yourself. I will visit you, I don't want to miss the most interesting. It was nice to meet you, Naruto. The last words were almost inaudible. He's right, I have to go too. I don't have enough strength. It's going to be okay, baby. They will help you, the two-tailed one has already said, and also disappeared. So everyone with a tail, except Kurama, said goodbye and went to their current owners. What's going on? I found the strength to ask Naru. Everything she saw made her dizzy and she wanted to go back there, into the darkness that enveloped her with its fluffy tails and warmed her. Calm down. Noticing the panic on her face, Naruto said and offered to sit on one of the nine-tailed tails. Sit down, don't be afraid. He won't touch you. Kurama himself mumbled something about the fact that he wasn't furniture for them. Uchiha also sat down next to the girl and now she was sitting between the guys. We'll explain everything to you. You see, we're from another universe, he said doubtfully. I know, Naru interrupted him, to which all three of them stared at her in surprise. Well, you know, I've been having dreams about your life lately. She pointed to Uzumaki, to which he was even more surprised. I found it strange, especially since I know many people from dreams. Sasuke chuckled, but still continued to listen. And I started looking for information about what was going on. I rummaged through a lot of things, but I still found something in the Uzumaki library. What Uzumaki? The surprised blonde interrupted her. Exactly. You've had them destroyed. We had everything the same, but Konoha managed to help and many were saved and now we have a separate Uzumaki quarter. I'll tell you more later. So I found the book. Old, battered, I couldn't even read half of it, but I got the gist. As I understand it, there are many universes and variants of worlds. For example, there was one world and there was another, in which the difference is only in the death of one person. And everyone has their own reflection in this world. And it happens that the connection with your own is so strong that you see his life, and he sees yours. There were only 6 such cases and all of them ended badly. A person stopped seeing the difference between that world and his own and went crazy, and sometimes they just got stuck in the interworld where they watched different worlds. Only the gods can intervene, but they rarely do so. All three listened to the girl with interest and even respect. Why can't you be as smart? Kurama asked Naruto pleadingly. What? I'm already smart. Uzumaki started to get indignant, but immediately fell silent. But I didn't see your life, how did you see mine? I've seen her in my dreams, and not all of her. The last thing I dreamed about was saving Gaara when Shikaku was pulled out of him. I think it has something to do with the fact that you are in my head. By the way, how did it happen? Well, you should be watching up to this point soon. The blonde man muttered awkwardly, but in short, we died and now we will help you. With what? How is it with what? You will be the strongest among us, so. Let's start with your clothes. Naruto walked in front of Kurama and Naru and Sasuke sitting on his tails. What's wrong with her? Wrapped up in such a soft and warm tail, the girl asked, but she quickly lost all interest in clothes when Kurama moved his tail a little and she generally began to rock like in a lullaby. In general, the girl was getting high from this, and Kurama just liked watching this funny girl. He felt that something was wrong with her, but it was difficult to understand. Ninetales felt some kind of connection with her, and this connection was strong. How is that? Have you seen her? She's all dark. The blonde man was indignant, not even noticing that they were no longer listening to him. And what you don't like about dark clothes? Uchiha immediately joined the conversation. He was already fed up with the blonde's lectures. But Sasuke. Agree that it's better for her to wear something else. Here I have to agree. Still, the black-haired man gave up, except she doesn't listen to us. He immediately noticed and they both looked at Kurama, who was rolling the girl on his tails. She was laughing merrily and screeching. But despite the indignation, they were still glad that she took them so easily and was not even afraid. Kurama. Let her down. The blonde asked, to which he received a sad and upset look from blue eyes, from which he could not resist. In half an hour, the baby just lit up from the inside and began to roll further and wrap herself in tails. Weakling. Uchiha breathed out contemptuously. Shut up. When Naru finally got off Kurama's tails, Naruto started his hurdy-gurdy again. No. You just have to change your style. I can't stand it. You need brighter clothes. Moreover, the black color spoils the impression of your hair. By the way, Kurama's fur is almost the same color. Uzumaki switched to another topic, but everyone noticed that the hair of the nine-tailed is similar to the girl's hair. Humph. I was about to say something to the proud fox, but changed my mind. Apparently, he's in a good mood today. He's right, little one. You need to change your style. And what do you suggest? Naru asked doubtfully, imagining what would happen. Oh, don't be afraid. It's not that bad. Somehow Naruto grinned too carnivorously. It seems that even Uchiha and Kubi sympathized with the girl. But she's only 11. Died young, you might say. Well, it's not uncommon in the shinobi world. Now, as soon as you get up, you take all the black things, throw them into the far corner of the closet, apply the henge and go shopping. Yeah, but, she hesitated a little uncertainly. And where can I get the money? Ask your mom. After all, you're growing up in a Hokage family. The third old man had a huge house and a large garden nearby. Gone into Uzumaki's memories. Okay, Naru, go, get some sleep, and then go shopping. Kurama said and yawned. He also wanted to sleep. Yeah. And how do I get out of here? And how will I come in next time? Is it only possible without a headache? And where is it at all? This is your subconscious, so you cannot be afraid. There will be no headache anymore. It was just the first time, so it hurts. Now you can communicate with the three of us mentally. Just say it mentally. Now go. And good night. Sasuke explained. During all this time, he behaved aloof and quiet. With good night, the girl was a little embarrassed and immediately flew out of her subconscious. The last time she was wished good night was at the age of 3. Interesting girl, Uchiha drawled. Don't tell me. And why did we end up in her subconscious, when we should have been in the circle of rebirth? And even in a parallel world. More tricks of the gods. Naruto frowned with displeasure. Who knows? But the girl is pretty smart and very similar to you, Naruto, just a little scared, because her family turned away from her. Kurama stretched out thoughtfully and stretched. There's something wrong with her. I feel something familiar and native about her. I can't explain what it is. Well, since we are here, we must help her and have a good rest. I hope nothing threatens this world. Uzumaki finished with displeasure. Me too. It should be fun anyway. Uchiha chuckled. Kurama looked at them, and then slowly closing his eyes, grinned. Who knows? Naru woke up, for the first time in the last half a year, in a good mood. Firstly, there was no headache, and secondly, she was woken up by Naruto, who charged her with his positive energy for the whole day. Naru-chan, it's time to get up. He was saying this to the whole subconscious, and the sound was not like an alarm clock, annoying, but on the contrary sounded somehow soft and native. Good morning. So I will learn what Naruto says, so what Sasuke says, so what Kurama says, so what Naruto says, good morning Dobro wa, good morning, good morning. How did you sleep? Great. I had such a dream. But no, I don't remember what I dreamed. Haha dobe. And I didn't dream anything and it was good. Of course they slept well. In the end, my tales are so soft that no one would say anything about sleeping badly. And you? And for the first time in 6 months I didn't dream anything. I slept well. I'm glad for you. Now get ready to go to the store. Wait. She hasn't even dressed yet, and he's already in a hurry. She's going to get dressed quickly. I just reminded you. So, stop. The little one will have a migraine from your quarrels. Thank you, Kurama, you're welcome. But you need to hurry. Kushina has already prepared breakfast. Good. Naruto quickly dressed in her newly purchased suit decided to braid her hair into a simple high ponytail and went to the kitchen. Of the relatives, there was only Kushina and Maya. They didn't even pay attention to the girl. It's not even offensive anymore, but the desire to ask for something from the mother disappeared. Naruto herself was already used to this attitude, so she just sat down to eat, but in her subconscious it caused a violent reaction. The guys were indignant, argued and shouted, to which the girl only smiled. She was used to a slight headache. During light conversations among themselves, they did not notice how Maya left. She said something in Naru, but no one listened to her. Having plucked up the courage, Naruto still spoke to her mother. Kushina-san, and, the girl was about to say something, but quickly fell silent from Uzumaki's surprised look. Earlier, when she began to address her like that, she didn't even notice it, but now, no, the fact that she calls her own mother by her first name is strange, but everyone is already used to it. Did you want something? As usual, the woman asked indifferently, turned away and continued to wash the dishes. Will you give me money? Asked Minato. She answered quite calmly and did not even ask why her daughter needed money. Naruto smiled sadly and went outside. In the subconscious it was quiet, even somehow too quiet. Don't worry, button. You'll show them again, Dada B. Yeah, definitely. But I'm still sad that my own mother ignores me. She just pretends that she has only one daughter. People are stupid. Even animals don't do what your parents did. Well, then, let's go to the father. Minato. Be careful, You would be the best brothers in the world. And you're the best sister. Naruto walked slowly down the street, listening to the conversations and quarrels of the guys, while the townspeople cast angry glances at her and whispered behind her back. And now she is already near the residence. It was getting harder and harder to walk. Before that Naru had never gone to her father to work herself. Naruto slowly walked up to her father's office and took a deep breath. It was very scary to knock, but she still overcame herself. Come on, little one. We believe in you. If anything, we're close. Thank you. She knocked briefly. Come in. A tired voice was heard outside the door. Father is probably tired, and it's only morning. Dad, Naruko went into the office. Her father, as usual, looked at her briefly and continued to fill out the paperwork. Unlike his mother, when Naru called him Minato, he reacted very violently. Naruko was a smart girl at the age of 5, and noticing that her parents did not pay attention to her, she acted like a normal child, tried to attract this attention. At first she called them because of various little things, then she broke toys and things, and when she noticed that her parents still decided that she would treat them the same. At that age, she accepted the family's attitude towards herself and began to treat them as strangers. And one morning she went out to breakfast, and instead of the usual, "Mom," she said, "Kushina-san. Good morning, Kushina-san." Then only my brother was sitting in the room, and from this he seemed speechless, but Kushina didn't care. She greeted Naru as usual and began to wash the dishes. With my father, the situation was the opposite. In the evening, Naru, as usual, swung on a makeshift swing in the backyard. Apparently there was a mark of his father when he returned from work. He just moved. Is Mom at home? He asked indifferently. Kushina-san is in the kitchen, Minato-san. Minato, who was about to enter the house, froze in place. What did you say? Kushina-san is in the kitchen, Minato-san. Namikaze abruptly turned around and grabbed his daughter by the shoulders. There was surprise, pity and wild fear in his eyes. Don't you dare. You hear, don't you dare say that anymore. And what's wrong? You don't even pay attention to me. What difference does it make to you how I address you? Gradually, it threatened to turn into hysteria, but it quickly subsided when Minato hugged her tightly, and then Naru did not remember anything. The next day Minato behaved as usual, but since then Naru has never called him by his first name. I wanted to ask you something. Naruko hesitated. I wanted to buy clothes for myself and I need money. Of course, I did not refuse Minato when he had already given her everything she needed, and Naru was at the door, as if he remembered something. Stop. You can't make clones, let Kakashi go with you. Hatake appeared next to the Hokage as if by a snap of his fingers. You can go now. They walked down the street without even saying a word. Why don't you and Kakashi communicate well? Not to say that it's bad, we just behave like strangers. But I communicate well with his wife. She is very cheerful and positive. And who is his wife? It became interesting to me. Who's going to put up with him? Well, actually, he has a son. My 1-year-old. And his wife is Obito Uchiha. Who? What is it? Wait, so there's a girl here? This is too much even for me. I didn't expect, Naruko. Kakashi pulled her elbow and Naru immediately turned to him out of fright. What? Her heart was pounding with fright. I've been calling you for 10 minutes. Are you all right? Yes, I was just thinking. Did you want something? Yes. We have already reached the store. Oh. Wait, Kakashi-san. I'll meet you in 2 hours at that cafe. Naru pointed to a nearby building, and before Hatake could say anything, she ran away. The girl ran into the store and began to walk between the rows. While no one saw, she applied the henge and now looked like an ordinary girl of 11 to 12 years old with light brown hair and freckles. She used a disposable chakra. She has special little scrolls with a small amount of chakra. This gives her the opportunity to use the simplest techniques, although not often, and a little. What to buy? Something bright. It will be a long time. That's for sure. Nothing, let's be patient. Let's look for something suitable. Naru walked between the shelves for a long time, and now she is already with a mountain of clothes in the fitting room. Can it? No. Too much black. And this? It hurts my eyes from such bright colors. Naruto's is not so bright. Good. And this? It doesn't suit you at all. Don't please you. Well, we're trying for you. And this? Too open. I agree with you here. And this is like nothing. Asterisk, and this is too closed. Only your eyes will be visible, asterisk, not true. There are still glasses here. Okay. Well, and this? Not bad. It'll do. And we only chose one outfit? Oh, Shinigami, save me. He won't help you. Hee asterisk, why do I feel like a demon? Asterisk, get used to it. That's right, I still have so many ideas. Asterisk yes. I'm sorry, little one, asterisk ha, okay, let's continue. How about this? Naru was released only after 3 hours, and immediately, as soon as she paid for her purchases and took off the henge, she ran to Kakashi's cafe. He was sitting quietly at a distant table and reading a book, drinking tea. Sorry, it took longer than I thought. It's okay. You're still fast. Obito disappears for the whole day in one store, so, Naruto laughed softly, and Kakashi froze. The last time he heard a girl laugh was in his childhood. When he came to, he smiled, but it was not noticeable behind the mask. You must be hungry? What will you have? The girl thought for a while, and then awkwardly answered, can we go to Ichiraka Ramen? I heard there is a very delicious ramen. Why not? In general, Naruto's day was fun. After they ate in Ichiraku, they went home, but met Guy. And even then Naru was lucky enough to see a competition between these two. It took all day, so she returned home in the evening. It was still light outside, but sunset was coming soon. Her hands could barely hold huge bags of clothes, and for the whole day she ate only a bowl of ramen. Taking off her shoes, she carried her clothes to the room, but on the way she met Maya. So where have you been? None of your business. Smack her. Kurama. Asterisk, I agree. Kill him right away, asterisk, Sasuke. And you're there too? Naruto grabbed the bags more comfortably and wanted to get around her sister, but she tripped her up. A little more and the girl would have fallen, but Slava Shinigami was walking behind her brother and managed to grab her. Maya. He looked indignantly at his sister, but she just stuck out her tongue and went into the kitchen. How are you? She turned to Naru with concern. Is that your brother? Yes, he's the spitting image of Naruto, only his eyes are gray, like Kushina's. His name is Menma, Immortal. What's wrong with you? Menma anxiously examined his sister, who froze in place and did not answer him. It's okay, Nii-san. I was just thinking okay, where have you been? I went shopping with Kakashi-san. Have you just returned from a mission? How was it? I came back just an hour ago. The mission went well. Let me help you carry the packages. I'm on my own. Go get some rest. Okay, but be careful. I in the evening, Naru ate, sorted out her things and immediately fell asleep, but before that she went into the subconscious. So, you bought new things. So training will begin soon. Naruto happily reported as soon as he saw the girl. Naru herself fell into the tales of Kurama and fishing something in response. What? I say, how to train. I don't have a chakra. Speaking of which. Kurama, what do you say? Well, to be honest, the problem is not in the past 9 tales, and not in print. It's something out there, deep in your subconscious there is something, but I can't go in there, just like Sasuke and Naruto, but they can go with you. Well, if that's the case, then it's not a problem. I just need to go through my subconscious, right? Yes. Then, I'm off. Naru confidently turned around and went deep into the subconscious. Hey! Wait, we're with you. Naruto grabbed Sasuke and followed the girl. They did not walk for long, about 15 minutes. The corridors did not end, but on the contrary became darker and darker. How much longer? Naruto asked with displeasure. I don't know, but I'm drawn in that direction, more and more, the girl explained and accelerated. Do you remember how much we wandered through your subconscious and eventually came to a dead end? Sasuke scoffed. Hey! I didn't know, this is your subconscious, you should know it inside and out. I don't know anything, we're here. Naru pulled them away from the argument and grabbed the handle of the closed door. Pulled, it doesn't open. Maybe in the other direction? Looking over his back, Uzumaki asked, for which he received a slap on the head from Uchiha. This could only have occurred to you. Naru knocked on the door and it opened a crack. From there, to everyone's surprise, someone looked at them. Who's there? A thin voice asked about it and bright blue eyes with a silver gleam shone in the darkness outside the door. I'm Naruto, and what are you doing here? I live. Can you let us in? Nah, if I let you in, you'll take everything. The owner of the same eyes as Naruto sniffed discontentedly. Of course not. I'm not going to take anything away from you, I'm just wondering who you are. Okay, but only you can come in. She answered and the sound of the door opening was heard. Will you wait for me here? Naru turned to Sasuke and Naruto. They were silent and tense all this time. Okay, but be careful. Sasuke answered for the two of them, while Naruto wanted to be outraged. Absolutely. Naruto opened the door and immediately entered, leaving the guys outside the door. The room where she went was cramped because of the many pillows and soft toys, most were chanterelles and red colors. I remember when she was a child she wanted such a room for herself, but the click of the lock on the door distracted her from thinking. Naru quickly turned around and saw that the door was closed, and a girl, about 5 years old, was standing next to her. Small, with long red hair that is tied in a braid, bright blue eyes with a silver sheen, but they had a difference from Naruto's eyes. In these eyes there were blue lights that beckoned with their unknown, 2 fluffy ears of red color and 9 tails, a white, light dress to the knees. Who are you? Naru cautiously came closer. Me? And you guess? The child laughed merrily and ran into the toys, immediately jumping on the big fox. And why did you come here? I want to know why I don't have a chakra. And why do you need it? This question brought Nara out of Kolia. Well, it used to be necessary in order to prove to my parents that I'm worth something, but now I want to be the same as Naruto and Sasuke, and I also want to protect everything that is dear to me. She was about to say something else, but she was interrupted by laughter. Ha ha ha, and who will you protect? Brother, sister, parents, Sasuke, Naruto, why? You hardly know Sasuke and Naruto, and the others don't notice you. They are still my family and I will do anything for them. You're stupid, but I respect your decision. So who are you? It's too early for you to know about it, but I can give you a hint. The little girl leaned towards Naru as if she wanted to tell her some secret. Come to the temple. There will be a holiday soon. Immediately after these words, Naru was already at the door. Opposite stood Sasuke and Naruto. They were tense and staring at her. What happened? Naru turned around, but there were no doors. Naru? What happened? Naruto walked up to her and took her by the shoulders, turned her to face him. We talked with her and she told me that the holiday is coming soon and I have to come to the temple. Who are you talking about? Uchiha has already tensed up. How about who? Well, the one who was behind the door. Naru already looked at the guys suspiciously. Which door? Naruto has already started. The girl thought about it, and then pulled the guys after her. I need to talk to Kurama. The way back was even faster, literally 2 minutes, and now the cage with Kurama. He was dozing until he heard footsteps. Already? He yawned luxuriously and examined them carefully. yes, but we need to clarify something. Naruto, Sasuke, what happened when we left the cage? The guys were confused at first, but still answered. We were walking, and then you stopped and stared at nothing for a minute, and when you woke up, you started talking about someone and some other door. Sasuke explained, before Naruto didn't ask what was the matter. And what? Kurama asked while listening to them. And the fact that I remember exactly how we were walking and came across a door. A girl answered us from there and she only let me in. At that moment, everyone became interested and looked at the girl more closely. She looked like me at the age of 5, but she had red ears and 9 tails. I got into a room with a lot of soft toys. We talked to her, or rather she asked me about why I came and why I needed a chakra. And then, when I asked about who she was, she said that it was too early for me to know and, the holiday is coming soon. Come to the temple. And then I woke up next to Naruto and Sasuke. Everyone listened to her and thought about it, about the temple. I think I know which one she was talking about. The Temple of Masks. I often go to it, and I do not know other temples. It is quite possible. Kurama looked at the girl thoughtfully. We'll think about it later. It's time for you to go to bed, okay? Good night. Naru looked deep into her subconscious. I hope we will soon understand what this means. Sleep, sunshine. We will definitely sort everything out. Naruto kissed her forehead, soothing her. He's right, little one. Good night. Kurama yawned sweetly. If you notice something strange, tell us right away. But before he could finish, Kurama interrupted him. Someone came up to you. Judging by the chakra, this is Minato. What? But why did he come to me? Naru looked at the guys in confusion. We'll find out now. After Naruto's words, a window appeared that showed everything that was happening outside. Minato walked over to his daughter's bed and carefully sat down. He looked tired and tortured. He sat next to Naru for 10 minutes, stroking her hair, and then kissed her on the forehead, wished her good night and left. There was silence in the subconscious. What was it right now? Kurama looked at it with an awesome face. Naruto's words were interrupted by the sound of a falling body. Naruto was passed out. Is it possible to faint in your subconscious at all? Sasuke walked up to her, lifted her up and put her on Kurama's tails. Only in case of severe shock. What do you think it all means? Naruto looked thoughtfully at the ceiling. I have no idea. Kurama shook his head and sighed. Sasuke frowned and looked at the unconscious body of the girl. Misunderstanding the situation made him angry. Let's remember what happened before we got here. Before, Naruto turned to Uchiha and began to remember their past world. Flashback. 2 years have passed since the war. During this time, Konoha has more or less recovered, and team number 7 has come together again. Sasuke, though not immediately, was accepted. They didn't completely trust him, but Naruto was on his side, so there were no options. Sakura distanced herself from her team. She could not forgive Sasuke's betrayal, and for some reason Naruto reminded her of the war. Sakura was strong, but every reminder of the war caused her fear. She, like everyone else, still remembered the battlefield littered with corpses, remembered the smell of rot and remembered her helplessness. Naruto and Sasuke were together all the time. They clutched at each other as if they were saving straws. The fear of losing a friend forced them to unconsciously look for a partner even in a dream. Kurama only sighed at this, but he himself became attached to Uchiha at such a pace. Even though he does not admit it. First, they were tormented by nightmares and spent all sleepless nights in the kitchen over a cup of good coffee, on the roof of a house or a cliff with hokage faces. Over time, Kurama solved the problem with nightmares. All their nightmares were because they felt lonely, as Kyubi explained, so it was better for them to live in the same apartment. And strangely enough, it helped. They also performed tasks together, because it was important for both of them to know each other's condition. Everyone knew this, so they did not dare to separate them. This time they also had a joint task. It was necessary to neutralize a small organization of thieves. Despite the fact that this organization was weak, no one knew if they had someone stronger, and no one wanted to lose because of the ignorance of the fighters. Moreover, the Bloody Fox and the Thunder Raven have not been on missions for a long time. Such nicknames were given to them by their enemies. I think it's not worth explaining why. The task was successful. They found the organization, neutralized and even gave them away, but there was a mistake. One of the traps from the war, which was not found, activated, and they died. Blown up. Kurama grimaced in annoyance. To die such a stupid death. Sasuke was also upset that they fucked up. Naruto looked no better than his friends. But I think we are more needed here than there. What are you talking about? Uchiha sat down next to Uzumaki and also stared at the ceiling. This girl is my prototype in this reality. I think if we hadn't shown up, she would have died. He's right, Kurama sided with his Jinchuriki. Moreover, I feel some kind of connection with her. And the fact that all the tailed ones have moved with us, this is the strangest thing. I'm afraid something very terrible has happened in our world. Naruto frowned, and then sighed. I doubt that we will be able to help them already. We're dead. What happened to your heroism and enthusiasm? Sasuke smiled sarcastically. I'm tired of being a hero. I was despised from birth for nothing, and I also had to prove something to them in order to, and what? What has changed? Have they stopped hitting me? Ha! With my strength, I could beat anyone you want. Even more so. She's just a kid. Slowly the conversation turned to Naruto. You're right. I don't want to sacrifice the girl either. Uchiha sighed heavily. Sleep. It's going to be a tough day tomorrow. Kurama grinned. What are you talking about? Naruto looked at him blankly. Tomorrow, the Sanins and one of them, Naruto's godfather, will come to visit the little one. Guess who? Malice and sarcasm oozed from the nine-tailed Orochimaru. At the same time, they asked hopefully. During the time after which the war ended, they became good friends with him, but it's not a fact that he's normal here. Exactly. There's nothing about him in her memories, so we need to be ready, and now I'm going to bed. You're boring me. Kurama curled up into a ball, made Naruto comfortable in his tails and fell asleep. Okay. Sleep so sleep. Good night. Naruto also lay down in the tails of a friend. Good night. Sasuke lay down next to me and immediately fell asleep. Naruto's povey woke up feeling elated. My head was buzzing a little, but compared to the last one, it was nothing. Moreover, the Godfather and the rest of the Sanins are coming today. I'm so glad. I changed it a little and now Naruto's words are in bold. Sasuke is like this, Kurama is, our asterisk, but Naru is just, comma. Glad for you. And when exactly will they come? In the evening, around 6. Great. What? Do you want something? Yes. We want to test your physical fitness. This is a bad idea. Don't worry. Everything will get better soon. They are right. Okay, then I'll go change. Go. I temporarily fenced myself off from the guys to think a little, calm down and change clothes. I braided my hair into a high ponytail and wore a tracksuit that I liked the most. And where do I train? I understand you don't want anyone else to see it. You think right you can go to an abandoned landfill. Oh. I just know one like that. Okay. Then let's go. Eat first. But mom left, and I don't know how to cook, so eat ramen, but it's only today. I don't want to treat her for diarrhea. We'll teach you how to cook later, but in the meantime, eat in Ichiraku. The mood lifted, and the headache disappeared. Oh, how wonderful. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, Sasuke is coming to me. Ha, stop. I mean Sasuke, oh. Uchiha, looking. You little one is coming, shut up, why is he coming to me? How do we know, but be careful in your expressions. Maybe he's not coming to you at all. I hope, hey, Uzumaki. He came closer and called out to me, what? I shrank a little out of habit and tried to pretend that I didn't care. Have you seen Itachi? He looked at me carefully. That's it? I thought something important. No, I walked around him and went on, Sasuke doesn't change anywhere. Haha, shut up, calm down. You're already giving me a headache. Which polygon should I go to? Polygon number 7, then I'll tell you where to go. By the way, I wanted to ask, what is your relationship with your godfather? With Uncle Orochimaru? Uncle Orochimaru, yes, we're talking about him. Well, we've always had a good relationship with him, as far as I remember. He always brought me gifts when he came to visit. And he also talks about his experiments. And he's also very smart. And... Stop. We realize that you have a wonderful relationship, but what kind of experiments? Well, he experiments on diseases and makes medicines for them. Konoha has made great progress in medicine thanks to him and Aunt Tsunade. For a while, he even wanted to help me with the chakra, but his parents were categorically against it, which is why he had a big fight with them. He's completely different with us, that's for sure. Apparently in this world everything is completely different, and here it is not. I was looking at your memories, Naruto. You have the same one as us, you just don't know him well. Although he did not conduct the same experiments with you as with us, but I saw similar character traits as my godfather. So you're saying that something in this world influenced Orochimaru and he didn't become a mad scientist? And this is an option, hey? What are you talking about? I believe that something in your world influenced Orochimaru, which is why he became like this. Or vice versa, something in our world influenced him and he did not become crazy, as Kurama said. Ah, okay, we'll talk about it later. More importantly, Naruto turn right and walk straight for about 10 minutes. Yeah. I did as Naruto said and in 10 minutes I reached the big oak tree. I was about to go around him and go on, but I was stopped by a strange sense of danger, so I hid behind a tree. What happened? I don't know. At one point I felt danger. There really is someone there and very strong, but he hides the chakra. How did you feel it? I don't know, but I need to get out of here. She's right, but I doubt you'll leave. So for now, just sit tight that I have to agree. Our opponent has a lot of chakras, which means he will crush you like a bug. You decided to intimidate me like that? So. Well, everyone calmed down. I'm calm. Probably. Who is it we have here? A soul-chilling whisper made me shudder and scream, but they covered my mouth with a hand. Fuck. I forgot to eat, found something to worry about. Naruto's povey froze in anticipation of the attacker's next actions. Stop. Smells like a bonfire, blood and a little peaches, sure sway. The name of an old acquaintance flies from my lips unexpectedly even for me. Naruchan? He seemed surprised, wow, and I didn't even recognize you. He smiled and let me go. He looked shabby, apparently from a mission. Hold on. Did you recognize him by the smell? Well, yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. Yeah. Wait, how did you recognize me? He examined me carefully. Well, why am I so ashamed to say this? By the smell. He looked startled by what he had heard. Pf, he tried not to laugh, but it was bad. Don't laugh, okay, okay. And what kind of smell do I have? He sat down on the grass, smiled and looked into my eyes. You smell of blood, fire, and peaches. I thoughtfully wound a strand of hair on my finger and looked through it with an unseeing gaze. How do I smell? From the voice above my head, I shuddered and immediately looked up. Itachi, hi, Naruto-chan. He smiled and sat down next to Sasuke. So, what smell do I have? And why are they bothering me? You smell of green tea, bonfire, and dango. And a slight smell of blood. Amazing sense of smell. The guys stretched out together. What are you doing here? Well, Itachi was embarrassed and looked away. Author, Itachi. But what about your fanatics? Traded us for Sasuke? Well, I hope you will be happy. Hiding from Sasuke, Sasuke answered honestly, for which he received a light slap on the head from Itachi. From Sasuke? Why? Are you really tired of him? But really? I have seen Uchiha Jr. running after these two ponytails more than once. They probably got sick of it specifically, since they are already hiding from him. No, of course. Itachi hotly objected, but wilted under the skeptical gaze of his friend. So I'm tired of it. More importantly, what are you doing here, Naru-chan? I decided to translate the topic of Sasuke. I stammered, trying to come up with something plausible. I want to test my endurance. They looked at me with pity. Of course, I've been trying to do at least physical training since childhood, but because of problems with the chakra, do you want us to help you? Itachi smiled. We were just practicing here. And what about Sasuke? Well, he'll find us if anything. Uchiha looked away and smiled. Well, okay, I agreed, but before that I sent what the guys think about it. As it turned out, none of them was against it, but Kurama grumbled a little. Great, but first we'll eat. Sasuke stood up confidently and helped Itachi to stand up. I looked at him with a grateful look, because I forgot to eat. Hee, it looks like Naru-chan hasn't eaten yet either. Yeah. I was in such a hurry that I forgot, and Mom had already gone to Mikoto-san. I confessed, following the guys to Ichiraku. Exactly. I saw her before I left, Itachi remembered, and then he looked at me strangely. By the way, I heard the Sanins are coming to you today. Well, yes. And what? And why would they do that? They didn't talk to me about it, but I know that the Sanins don't just come back. Maybe something happened or something else. Just like that. I remembered something. Itachi somehow smiled intensely and looked away. Something's not right here. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kurama listened to our conversation and analyzed everything. Hey, Naru-chan. Did you run a race with me and Itachi? Sasuke flashed a cheeky smile. Well, what kind of a positive guy, but that's not fair. You are older and hardier than me. Yeah, come on. We may even succumb to you. Itachi grinned. Oh, so, well, then catch up. I ran forward, hearing a cry from behind that it wasn't fair. What do you think? About the Uchiha's interest in the Sanins, this is very strange and leads to unpleasant thoughts. But we'll talk about it later. And now in the morning the nose of these Uchiha. By the way, this is my brother and friend, but he's right. Smear them on the wall, I agree. Let them swallow the dust. Of course I am glad of your enthusiasm, but my stamina is not enough for this. We will help you. Sasuke and I have recently discovered that we can transfer a little of our chakra to you. Kurama's chakra will be noticed immediately, but we don't need too much attention, but ours, agree? Are you kidding? Wipe their nose. Go ahead. At the same moment, I felt a strange energy and all the fatigue disappeared. I immediately accelerated, hearing surprised looks from behind. When I stopped near my destination, all the energy disappeared somewhere, and in its place came fatigue and terrible pain in my legs. Wow, Naru-chan, you're fast. I heard Shirsue's surprised voice. I would be happy to answer, but my legs hurt incredibly, and my shortness of breath prevents me from speaking. Really, a slightly hoarse hissing voice made me open my eyes in disbelief and immediately look around in search of the owner. Uncle Orochimaru. I immediately blossomed, even the pain in my legs became less, and I hugged my godfather, inhaling the familiar and so familiar smell of old books, black tea and medicines. Hello, Naru-chan, Shirsue-kun, Itachi-kun. He nodded to the guys and hugged me. My subconscious was as quiet as a coffin, but come on, Orochimaru-sama. The Uchiha bowed respectfully. Such a moment was interrupted by the rumbling of my stomach. I immediately blushed, to which I just grinned. Shall we come in? Shirsue suggested and went to Ichiraku. My godfather, Itachi, and I followed him. So, what were you doing here, Orochimaru-san? When we were served ramen, Uchiha Sr. asked. Just went out to get some air. Not all the time I have to sit in the lab. Somehow the godfather ended this topic too openly. Did he really do something that he didn't even want to bring up this topic? It's weird, but it's okay for Orochimaru. Naru-chan? Itachi asked worriedly, looking at me. Is something wrong? You've been just staring at one point for 5 minutes. Are you all right? He frowned, as did Shirsue and Orochimaru. The godfather somehow looked at me too closely. It's okay. I see you've decided to change your style, Naruko-chan. Uncle Orochimaru decided to change the subject. Yeah. I decided to transform a little. I smiled happily and immediately became alert. There was something wrong with the godfather's tone. And why such changes? Is it my imagination or am I being scanned? It's bad. 5 minutes before in the subconscious, so. And you know this, Shirsue? Naruto asked, looking at Sasuke. Kurama also stared at Uchiha. Yes. He was a genius in our clan and Itachi's friend. He was really strong and unlike Uchi. Cheerful and always smiling. He died before the clan revolt. He wanted to use his eyes to dissuade the clan from a coup, but Danzo decided to take his eyes for himself, which he did, but only one thing. He entrusted Itachi with the second eye, and he jumped off the Hokage cliff and destroyed the body, briefly told Sasuke and swallowed nervously. Even though he had already experienced a lot, but all this was a sore subject for him. Shoo. I'm not going to listen to this snot. Kurama curled up into a ball and fenced himself off from the guys with a wall. What is he doing? Naruto looked at the wall in surprise. No, he could remove or destroy the wall at any time, but now he needed to talk to Sasuke, without comments from his furry friend. Hey, friend. He came up to Uchiha and sat down next to him. In their subconscious, they could easily imagine furniture and it appeared. So they are now sitting on the couch. Nothing can change in that world, but everything is fine in this one. Yes, and, I know. It's just that it's doubly hard for me to look at this Itachi, knowing that I killed my brother. Sasuke covered his face with his hands and sighed heavily. And what should I do now? Well. Maybe you don't have to do anything. This Itachi has a whole life ahead of him, and you have me and Kurama, and Naruko. She needs us. And, you know, you're winding yourself up. It's all in the past. You should let Itachi go and move on. Uchiha removed his palms and looked at a friend who was sitting next to him. Maybe you're right. Of course I'm right. Naruto confidently stood up and smiled brightly. Thank you for being there. Uchiha mouthed it, but both know that Uzumaki heard. POV Shikakuai looked around. All the tailed ones were sitting around me, in cages plus Naruto and Sasuke. Something's not right here. I feel empty, as if my entire chakra has been sucked out. What's going on? Isabu voiced my thoughts. I have no idea. Matatabi twitched her ear and stared at Kurama, who, as if nothing had happened, sprawled in his cage and sighed heavily. We're in trouble, finally, he said. Now we are sitting in Naruto's body, in an alternate reality. Before you start asking questions, I have no idea how or why we are here. The body has a mistress and she is not going to die. Now we will all switch places with the local tailed ones and we will get used to it, he said, looking carefully at everyone. And indeed, I felt that the chakra was not being sucked out of me, but it was slowly being transferred to another place. I hope that Gaara is my Jinchuriki here too. I'm already used to him. After transferring to the local Jinchuriki, I found myself in the desert. Well, then I'm still in Gaara. That's good, but that's how the local Shikaku behaved. I'm not the same Shikaku who destroyed villages for a long time. Well, okay. I will establish contact with my carrier gradually. In the meantime, you need to rest. Fatigue in the whole body does not allow you to concentrate. I woke up from the feeling that I was being stared at intently and fearfully. Slightly opening my eyes, I saw Gaara. Stop. And why is Gaara a girl? That is, not one Naruto in this universe of the other sex? And what should I tell her? Holy cookies, she wants to talk to me. What to do? Okay, calm down. And behave like a chicken, you don't give a fuck about anything. Precisely. That's how I'm going to behave. I sat down more comfortably and looked at the girl. Yes. She doesn't look very good, thin, pale, disheveled. Well, nothing. Fix it. I know you don't care about me. Meanwhile, the local Gaara was talking. I just want to talk to someone. Since the elder sister disappeared, things have only gotten worse in the family. Mom hates me, Dad is at work all the time, and Temari One-chan has started avoiding me. I'm a little scared to fall asleep, so I became very irritable and pale. Mom. I miss her so much. I want her to hug me and... Are you crying? I was really crying. Poor girl. I've been through so much. Well, I'll arrange it for them. They brought my baby to the point that she came to cry to the demon. Me, sob I'm not crying. I turned away from her and wiped the tears with my tail. I didn't want. She looked at me in confusion and came over to calm me down, but pulled herself away. God, why is she so cute? Shikaku-san? Everything okay? She looked at me warily and with fear. Yes sob yes, I'm fine. And how are you? I looked at my current Jinchuriki with pity. I fell apart, Yes, with me. It's all good, she's going to faint, but what's wrong with you, And what's wrong with me? You've suddenly become like this. Kind? She cringed and squeezed her eyes shut. Am I really that scary? Well, I've revised my priorities. And I would like to become your friend. Well, it's worth trying. They would like to. A friend, wow, and the eyes are sparkling, pleading face sparkles. Yeah? Do you mind? Yes. I want to be your friend. She just lit up with happiness. I'm going to squeeze her now. So, what happened there? We'll figure it out. Flashback. I see you've decided to change the style, Naruko-chan. Uncle Orochimaru decided to change the subject. Yeah. I decided to transform a little. I smiled happily and immediately became alert. There was something wrong with the Godfather's tone, and why such changes? Is it my imagination or am I being scanned? It's bad. End of flashback. Guys, what should I do? Calm down and say that you just revised your priorities and wanted to change something in yourself. Got it. Well, I reviewed my priorities and decided to change something about myself. And what? Doesn't it suit me? I made a face like mom's when she asks dad about her appearance. No, of course not. It suits you very well. Shursui hotly objected, and Itachi agreed with him. It just got interesting. Orochimaru smiled. We have to go now. See you Naru-chan, Orochimaru-san. The Uchiha said goodbye to us and ran away. Well, it's time for us too. Your mother said to come just at this time. I looked around. Wow. It's already lunch. How long have we been sitting here? Yes. Then come on, Godfather. I took his hand and we went home. And yet, I missed him. Orochimaru is my dearest person who has never turned away from me. There is also Nii-san, but he disappears so often on missions that I see him, well, if once a month. I don't see my Godfather often either, but at least he communicates with me through his snake summoning. Sob how lonely you were. But now Sob you have us. Are you crying? Yes. He started crying like a girl. Don't pay attention to them. But Naruto is right about something. Even if you were alone before, now you have us. Well, at least I'm always ready to help you. Winky face. Hey. I am also always ready to help. Yes, if that we are always there. Thank you. I still need to find a way to pull you out of my subconscious. After all, you also want to get some fresh air again. Absolutely. But first we need to train you. He's right. Call out. Orochimaru hasn't been able to reach you for a minute. Naruto? Something happened? Godfather and I were standing near our house. He squatted down in front of me and looked anxiously into my eyes. Damn, I can't lie to him. He sees right through me. Yes. I was just thinking. Haha. I laughed awkwardly. He wanted to ask something else, but Mom saved the situation. She opened the door and looked at us with displeasure. Why are you standing here? Come in soon. Just waiting for you. Of course, no one argued with her, so we went inside. Everyone was really there already. Oh, Naruto-chan. As usual, a drunken Tsunade attacked me with hugs, and then Orochimaru-san. He was able to disown her, but he could not disown the equally drunk Jiraiya. As a result, Uncle G strangled him in his manly embrace. I wonder how they haven't killed each other yet. Where have you been for so long? Maya looked at me with displeasure, but apparently restrained half of her poison because the Godfather is here. She was with me. Problems? Uncle Orochimaru grinned so carnivorously that if I were in Mai's place, I would die of fear, but unlike her, I was already used to him. And no, of course not. Haha. She giggled nervously and went into the kitchen, under the pretext of helping her mother. Where's Menma? Jiraiya looked around and, not noticing his godson, frowned. Usually he is not very surprised by the absence of his brother. Maybe it happened and it's related to my brother? But what could have happened? Maybe he got hurt on a mission, or did he have an important mission because of which everyone is here and gathered? I have one thought, but in order to make sure of it, it is necessary for the little one to see him. And we also need tactile contact. That is, do I need to touch my brother? Yes, well, it shouldn't be too difficult. Probably. What does probably mean? Well, it's just that lately my brother has been showing up at home less and less. but today he will be. I can already feel his chakra near the house. By the way, Minato is with him, Dad? So they're both from the residence. Oh, I don't like all this. Yes, come on. Everything will be fine. We've been through something different, and through this, whatever it is, let's go and help you. I would like your positive, no need. I have enough of him, don't listen to them. Better listen to what adults say, I'm home. My brother's voice was the first thing I heard when I came out of my subconscious. Ni-san. I jumped up joyfully and ran to the door. Menma picked me up there. Hey, princess. I'm not that strong. Are you saying that I'm fat? I looked at him blankly. Well, what will you answer me? No, of course not. He began to look around in panic, looking for help, but Dad quickly left with a malicious grin. Well, nothing. I'll get to you, too. Oh, look. The bird. He pointed to the window. Of course, I know that there is no bird there, but so be it, I'll play along with him. When I turned around, I saw that he had already run away. Guys. They can't even get away from problems normally. That's what women are for. She doesn't seem to need our help at all. Yes, women, grunting at their whispers, I went into the living room. By the way, Naruto. I heard that the spring festival is coming soon. It's a good time to find a boyfriend. Tsunade-san turned the topic to me. I squinted at everyone present and smiled nervously. So, it's time to go. It's too early for me to think about it yet, Tsunade-san. I looked around for ways to escape, through the window, that's it. Nii-san took my side. Did I mention that I adore him? So, he's the best. Here you are waiting for the right age, and now what? I stayed in the old girls. Tsunade-san began to sigh for her lost youth, and I began to slowly walk to the exit. I'm not hungry, so I'm going to my room. While no one said anything, I already ran away. Thank God, already in my room, I plunged into my subconscious and began to question Kurama. Well, what? I touched Ni-san. Did you find out what's wrong with him? Or is it still not because of him? He looked at me intently and sighed. The reason is just the same in him. Flashback already in my room, I plunged into my subconscious and began to question Kurama. Well, what? I touched Ni-san. Did you find out what's wrong with him? Or is it still not because of him? He looked at me intently and sighed. The reason is just the same in him. End of flashback. Do you understand? The guy woke up his eyes. Kurama began to explain, but even I didn't understand anything. Sasuke and Naruto apparently too. How to explain it more simply? The Uzumaki clan used to have a feature, their eyes. This was the main reason why Uzumaki did not make contact with other clans. Their eyes possessed a truly incredible power that combined Byakugan, Sharingan and Rinnegan. But their weakness was that the one who awakens the eyes becomes dependent. Addicted? But from what? Naruto interrupted Kurama in impatience, for which he received a light slap on the head from Uchiha. So that's it. They became dependent on the chakra of a person dear to them. Someone had a mother, someone had a lover, but the meaning remains the same. If this person dies, the owner of the eyes goes crazy. Over time, Uzumaks with such eyes stopped being born and this feature of them was forgotten, and the Uzumaks themselves first came into contact with foreigners when there were no owners of these eyes at all. Now I feel your brother has the same power that is hidden in his eyes, but there is another source of similar energy. It is well developed and located somewhere in the village. In order to find him, I need time and effort. Tailed sighed heavily and looked at me. Something else. I was already afraid to ask. Yes, no. It's just possible that you are the person on whom your brother depends. He said it so casually that I even sighed calmly until I realized what an ass I was in. What does depends mean? I started to panic. So. Quietly. It can't be that bad, can it? Also, well. When your brother uses his eyes, he will need a so-called recharge, as you understand, your chakra. This is very important, because if he does not get this recharge, he may die. What? It's fucked up, comrades. Yes, come on. It's really not that bad. Naruto put his hand on my shoulder as a sign of support. He's right. Especially since neither your brother nor anyone else even knows that you are the one he needs. And you can recharge it even if you are just nearby. Kurama sighed, but I began to care about something completely different. What did Tsunade-san tell me? Everyone stared at me in incomprehension. Well. She said that the spring festival is coming soon and that you need to find a boyfriend. Naruto squinted suspiciously. Wait, so you think, yes. This is an option. Uchiha and Kurama looked at the two of us as idiots. It pisses me off that they understand each other so easily. Sasuke frowned, although an ordinary person would say that nothing in his face has changed. Don't tell me. Kurama also sighed. Well, tell me. Do you remember what I told you about going into the depths of my subconscious? Everyone nodded. Great, you won't have to repeat yourself. That strange girl said that the holiday is coming soon and that I need to come to the temple. The only temple I go to is the Temple of Masks. The closest holiday is the Spring Festival. And it is on this day, according to legend, Shinigami and Inari descend from heaven to spend this day celebrating with the rest of the dishonor. They say that on this day, near the temple and the sacred mountains, you can notice a lot of oddities, but for sure. I remember that yokai often have holidays on the same day with people. Kurama remembered and immediately frowned, but ordinary people are strictly forbidden to enter on such holidays. That's what I'm talking about. So, this strange girl wants me to get into the very center of the celebration at the yokai? It turns out that so. Sasuke nodded and also thought. Naruto stared at the wall from the very beginning, considering the information. This is strange. Uzumaki finally stretched out, and then smiled excitedly. We have to go to this party. Are you kidding? People are strictly forbidden to appear there. Kurama jumped up as if stung. Kurama, we were apparently sent here by Shinigami, and that girl in the subconscious was with fox ears and tails. It clearly means something. And we don't have any other options. I brought quite valid evidence of Naruto, but we were interrupted by stimuli from the outside world. Someone is trying to wake me up. As soon as I said this, I opened my eyes in my room. Orochimaru was standing in front of me and he was clearly in a bad mood. Naruto, what does this mean? He looked worried, didn't hiss and even called me by my full name without a prefix. It's rubbish. Before I could say anything else, he grabbed my shoulders and squeezed them. What? With you? What's going on? You began to fall out of reality, you changed your style, manner of speech. But only 2 weeks have passed since our last meeting. You are constantly falling into your subconscious and talking to someone there. And now choose, either I go to your father and tell him that you are communicating with the nine-tailed one, or you explain everything to me right now. What should I do? We have no choice. Go down into the subconscious and take it with you, okay? Well, what did you decide? I'll tell you everything, but first we'll go down to my subconscious. He nodded in agreement to this and sat down in the lotus position. A little story about Minato. Winky face POV. Minato. Surprisingly, I didn't have much work to do today. I finished, just in time for the evening. It wasn't dark outside yet, but the sun was approaching the horizon. The village was covered with pleasant shades of red, yellow and orange. How beautiful it is. While I was looking at the village through the panoramic window of the residence, someone came into my office. Naturally, I knew who it was, so unceremoniously came to me. It could only be a few people. Kushina, but she's been spending a lot of time lately either at Mikoto's or walking around the village. She doesn't like to sit in one place, and I don't let her go on a mission. There is only one option left. Long, would even say, bony and hot fingers began to knead my shoulders. And how can they be so warm, firm and tender at the same time? Akira. I tilted my head a little to see a soft smile on the face of Kushina's brother. You rarely come here. Something happened? The hands disappeared from the shoulders and the man sat down on the chair opposite me. And yet the nickname red-haired demons is given by Uzumaki for a reason. The cunning shine of amber eyes, like caramel or a particularly strong poison, pulls to the very bottom, long hair the color of dawn, 2 braids on the side are fixed with a decoration with protective fuins, the devil's own grin with small fangs, in the right ear a long earring with feathers and also, it seems, with fuin, a red kimono with long sleeves and a fan, elegant hands with long fingers, sharp collarbones that peek out of clothes. The problem is Naruto. The name of the daughter cuts the ear, and the headache suddenly becomes stronger. What is it? Akira frowns watching me grimace. Minato, I know you're strong and all, but you need to get tested right away. I've been noticing some strange behavior lately. He frowned even more, threw his hair back in displeasure, abruptly opened the fan and covered half of his face with it, so that only his eyes remained shining in attempts to convince me. Strange behavior? I'm fine. Let's talk about Menma instead. I changed the subject so as not to listen to his lamentations again. He squinted in displeasure, but temporarily retreated. Although this is rare for Uzumaki. There's nothing to talk about. The guy has someone he depends on, but since we don't know who it is, let him live as before. I'll just come to train him. He stared thoughtfully at the ceiling, not even waiting for my consent. Still, you need to get checked out, not that. If he keeps insisting, I won't get out of it so easily. And who is the person you depend on? But really? He is the second, after Menma, who owns the eyes of Uzumaki, and I still haven't found out who he is so dependent on. Judging by the fact that he has not gone mad and behaves quite adequately, this man is alive, healthy and sees Akira often. To my question, the current head of Uzumaki looked at me like an idiot. What? Guess, he said it with some sarcasm. Grinning at my thoughtful face, he shook his head. It's not about that now. I need to make a schedule for which I will train Menma. Exactly. He doesn't have much free time anyway. I've already talked to him. He told us to leave him at least a little time to see his friends, and so we can make a plan ourselves. I smiled at the fact that we moved away from an uncomfortable topic, but the dissatisfied gleam of amber eyes broke me off, making it clear that I will return to this topic again. About an hour later, during all this time, we managed to make a Menma training plan, drink a little, cheer ourselves up, and move to a comfortable sofa. And yet, it would be nice to rest like this more often. I reclined freely on the sofa, placing my head on the guy's lap. And don't tell me, just don't forget that you are the head of the village. So, alas, he buried his fingers in my hair and drank some sake and grimaced. I laugh, knowing that he likes wine more. Kushina has been acting strangely lately. Almost never appears at home. Of course, I'm not often at home either, but I'm a hokage. I have paperwork through the roof, and I sighed heavily, delirious from the head massage. I'll need to meet her later. No problem. It's time for me to go home. I looked at my watch, knowing that Kushina would be angry if I was late for dinner, and even tipsy. Yes, you're right. I have to go too. Akira got up after me and we said goodbye and parted. While walking home, I began to think about our relationship. Akira and I have known each other for a long time. He came to the village with Kushina, but after half a year he returned to Uzushio. Even then it was restless, and he was the heir of the head. Before we left, we became good friends with him. For some time we exchanged letters, albeit not often, through his call. Then my love for Kushina flared up and everything started spinning. I got married, and then the attack on Uzushio. Konoha helped Uzumaki, but I couldn't see Akira properly for a long time. After a while we got close again, but the relationship became a little different. It all started with the fact that Kushina began to look at us strangely when we were together. I became more tactile to Akira, and he loved hugs from the very beginning. And so, I still can't figure out our relationship, although I tell everyone that it's just friendship. Orochimaru reacted very calmly to the two guys in my subconscious, although his eyebrow was raised every now and then in surprise. An adequate nine-tailed caused only a mute question in his eyes, and my calm communication with them made him tense up. I have a lot of questions, I imagined, created 4 chairs and a table in my subconscious so that everyone would sit down, and only then the conversation began. What the hell is going on here? The Godfather hissed like a snake in the usual way. And most importantly, who are you? He looked seriously at Sasuke, Naruto, and Kurama. The interrogation with addictions lasted at least 4 hours, or even more. Listening attentively to the conversation, I also heard something new, but decided not to attach importance to it. And now Sasuke and I are stuck in Naruto's subconscious. Naruto finally finished and calmly exhaled. Uchiha, on the contrary, could be seen that he was tense and closely watching every movement of Sannin. Kurama sprawled in his favorite position, resting his muzzle on his crossed paws, and listened to us. I sat quietly and kept my head down. I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. After all, I'm still too young to meddle in such important things, even if it concerns me. By the way, Godfather. I looked at Sannin with eyes full of hope. What happened? He turned to me, still lost in thought. I've been thinking. Can you help us with the bodies for Sasuke and Naruto? He thought even harder and looked at the guys. Yes. I think I can help you here. He grinned and stood up. I have many more questions, but I think it will be superfluous. We'll talk more later, but for now I'll go. About the bodies. They will be ready in a week, you just need to put the souls there and check all the nuances. Thank you, Godfather. I hugged him, in a fit of joy, and immediately pulled away. Then it's time for me to go to bed too. I have to go to the academy tomorrow. Yeah. Good night, Sasuke smiled, slightly lifting the corners of his lips, and Naruto, on the contrary, smiled with all his teeth. Good night, Naruto-chan, sweet dreams, little one. Kurama exhaled wearily, watching the guys. Orochimaru once again examined our entire group, as well as Kurama sighed and came out of his subconscious. Good night. I smiled and also left the subconscious. In the real world, as soon as I came out of my subconscious, my godfather was already standing near the window. I have to go, Naru. Be careful. I'll see you in a week. If something happens, send me a message via Mira. He smiled and jumped out of the window without even waiting for my answer. Still, sometimes he can be very strange. After standing near the window for a while and looking at the starry sky, I went to change clothes and sleep. To the academy tomorrow. Hate her, POVAI, who hasn't forgotten this Gaara. 2 days have passed since the one-tailed one became somehow suspiciously kind. My mother, as before, throws only contemptuous glances at me, my father, at work, Temari, at training, but, lately I have become indifferent to my family. Shikaku kept distracting me from sad thoughts, amused me, and even asked me to call him Nii-san. I didn't mind, but it was at least strange. Especially his reaction to the fact that someone insulted me. At such moments, he reminds me of his past self, angry, formidable and strong. I learned that the tailed ones can be quite adequate and cute. My father strictly forbade me to communicate or contact Shikaku, but I think it was the happiest 2 days in my life and I don't care about someone else's opinion. I wish Kankuro One-chan was here, she would support me. End of POV. Ai Naru, wake up. You're going to the academy today. Naruto woke me up today with his joyful exclamations. I wasn't particularly happy about it, but still the mood lifted a little from such enthusiasm. Good morning. Good morning, little one. Get ready, and Uchiha and I will try to calm the Uzumaki for now. I am calm. I'm just really glad, yes, we got it. What's so amazing about the academy that you're so happy? How is that? The academy is about friends, memories, adventures, twos, lessons, disappointment, don't be so pessimistic, Sasuke. Okay, never mind. Kushina has also got up and is preparing breakfast. I'm going to change. I barely got out from under the warm blanket and went to the mirror. A bony and angular girl with tangled red hair and bags under her eyes looked at me from there. Still, you need to sleep more, otherwise soon I will look like a zombie who died from lack of sleep. Sighing heavily at my fate, I went to put on one of the outfits that we bought Star. My hair still wouldn't listen to me, so I left it loose. When I was ready, I went down to the kitchen. My mother was standing at the stove and cooking, my father was reading the newspaper and slowly drinking coffee, my sister was eating, but my brother was not there. They didn't pay much attention to me, but there was already a discussion in my head about whether it was useful to drink coffee in the morning or not. From where Naruto knows that Sasuke likes to drink coffee in the morning, I do not know, but I have some suspicions. I poured myself a meal, while carefully listening to quarrels and tantrums in my subconscious. I wonder if Kurama is sleeping? Or does he watch this series with me? I watch it with you. And do they often do this? Very often, but you should get used to it soon. I hope, otherwise my head is already starting to hurt. It's so easy to disconnect from them and you won't listen to it. Not. I'm too interested in how this will all end. I understand. Naruto. A sharp exclamation tore me away from my conversation with Kurama. Yes? I looked at Dad, waiting for what he would say. Were you listening to me? I haven't been able to reach you for 10 minutes. He frowned in displeasure and looked into my eyes. For a second it even seemed to me that his pupil narrowed threateningly. I was just thinking. I smiled awkwardly and got up from the table. I've already eaten, so I'm going to the academy. Bye, everyone. I quickly waved my hand and ran out, listening to my father trying to stop me. I got to the academy quickly and without incident. All the way, I watched the quarrels and listened to Kurama's comments. I feel like there's a circus in my head, and I'm the main spectator there. Sasuke and Naruto are clowns, and Kurama is a trainer. Why is Kurama a trainer? Well, he reminds me exactly of someone who can separate two tigers, or rather a fox and a panther, if they dispersed. At the academy itself, I sat at the last desk, near the window, next to Shikamaru. Good morning. I greeted him as usual and looked around the classroom. Well, nothing new. The girls are spinning next to Sasuke, except Hinata and me. Sasuke has made a face with a brick and is sitting. The boys are grimacing and envious of Uchiha. And so it is every day. Morning. Shika lazily turned his head in my direction and again lay down on the desk to sleep. And how is that possible? What does he do the rest of the time? Does he have any interests at all? And training? While I was thinking about it, there was a deathly silence in my subconscious. Listen, Naru. Has Hinata always been so cold? Hinata? In fact, she has always been very modest and quiet, and lately she has blossomed. And what? Has something happened already? Not that, just, how should I tell you? Hinata was a quiet and calm girl in our world, and now she has changed so dramatically. Well, it's strange, but no one has ever paid attention to her. She's always so inconspicuous and secretive, and, as they say, there are devils in a quiet pool, and the quieter the pool, the more devils. I think it's just about her. Maybe. Hi, Naruko-chan, crunch I was distracted by the crunch of cookies. I immediately realized that it was Chuji, so I wasn't really surprised. After all, we're sitting together, hello. As soon as I said that, the bell rang for the lesson and a few minutes later Irika-sensei came into the classroom. So, class. Our topic today, then I didn't listen to her anymore, because a suspicious swarming started in my subconscious and I decided to check what happened there. Are you guys all right? Yeah, what is it? It seemed to me that something was going on there. No, we didn't even say anything. But I heard exactly. Maybe it seemed to you? No. Naru. What is it? You reacted too aggressively. I don't know. There's something wrong with me. She's right. In the depths of her subconscious, something strange is happening. What? Calm down. It's not dangerous, but it's very strange. As soon as your classes are over, you will need to go and check everything. Can't we go check everything ourselves? No. This is a shallow subconscious, she has to check everything herself. Okay, but it seems to me that what is happening in my subconscious does not want to wait until the end of classes. What are you talking about? I think I'm losing consciousness. Naru. Naruko? Damn, she's out. What can we do? Nothing. POV Shikamaru. Today the day started the same as usual. Lazily stretching and yawning, I packed up and reached the academy. The day was sunny with a light breeze. The most wonderful time to sleep and have a good rest. As usual, I sat down at the last desk and lay down on it, looking out the window. Gradually, the class began to fill up with my classmates, and after 20 minutes Naruko came. As long as I can remember, she has always been reserved and quiet. And I couldn't say a word across, but today a completely different one came. Instead of a stretched jacket with a hood, a new combat suit. The smile began to appear more often, but before she went with a sour face. Half of the lesson she sat quietly, staring at one point. I was watching her closely when I noticed something strange. At some point, she frowned and closed her eyes. She sat like that for a few minutes, and then abruptly got up from her seat. I'm sorry, Irika-san. I noticed that her eyes were cloudy, and she suddenly turned pale for several tones before she fainted. Everyone in the class was alarmed, as was the teacher. Without hesitation, Chuji and I got up from our seats and lifted my friend. Take her to the hospital. Irika-sensei ordered and addressed the class. Great. Calm down. Now Mizuki-sensei will come to you and will replace me for a while. After these words, he came up to us and took Naruko in his arms. You can sit down, I'll take it myself. After that, he left, and we stayed by ourselves. Before and after Mizuki-sensei's arrival, I was thinking about what could have happened to my friend. Considering that the nine-tailed one is sealed in it, and he is treating her, then it can only be about him. Maybe he's trying to break out? Or spoil her health. Well, in any case, now the fourth one will take care of it herself. After all, this is his daughter, even if they don't have the best relationship. The end of Shikamaru's POV Minato. The day started off just awful. I didn't want to get out of bed at all, but angering Kushina was life-threatening. While brushing my teeth, I realized that I have a hole in my tooth and now this tooth hurts. I dressed in a hurry, so for the first time I wore a t-shirt backwards. Naruko also began to behave strangely. No, I even liked her new style of clothing. It looks like Kushina in her youth, but her constant pensive state. Kushina herself does not pay attention to this and also advised me. But this, of course, did not calm me down. Paperwork distracted me from thinking about my daughter, but after a while I had to think about her again. Her teacher, Irika, burst into the office. He looked worried, I would even say scared. What is it? I didn't have time to fully voice my question, as he interrupted me. Hokage-sama. Naruko fainted in the middle of the class. Doctors cannot determine the cause. He was still saying something, but I was already transported to Naruko Hiroishin. As soon as I appeared, everyone who was in the ward shuddered. Hokage-sama. The most important one came out to me. What's wrong with her? They hesitated a little at my question, but when they saw my impatience, they answered. The exact reasons are unknown. Everything is stable, but your daughter has fallen into a deep coma. How to get it out of there and what the reasons are, we cannot understand. Perhaps the nine-tailed one is to blame for this, but the intervention of the demonic chakra has not been noticed. I walked around the medic and approached the bed with Naruko. She looked as if she had just fallen asleep, although her skin had become very pale, and bags under her eyes appeared. I looked anxiously at her face and tried to figure out what was wrong. The chakra moved steadily through the channels, but strangely, very slowly. As if reluctantly and through force. Naturally, it seemed unusual to me, but I can't do anything about it, and it shouldn't have affected her either. I looked at my daughter for a few more minutes, and then returned to the residence. There are only two people who can help me. I hope everything will be fine. The end of Minato, POV Menma. Today my task turned out to be very easy, especially since I was in a team with Itachi and Sasuke, and they were probably stronger than me. The task was to find and eliminate two deserters. We found them with the help of Sharingan quickly, and eliminated them even faster. Everything was fine and we were already on our way back to Konoha when this happened. By the way, Menma, I heard Naruko has changed completely? Itachi looked at me with interest. Well, maybe. I haven't seen her for a long time and didn't communicate normally. Both Uchiha looked at me in surprise. Are you serious? Even we have already met and communicated with her, and you are her brother, by the way. Sasuke frowned with displeasure, and I even somehow felt ashamed that I spend so little time with my family. Well, just tasks and, I didn't have time to finish, as abruptly I had a nagging pain in my chest. A bad premonition took me by surprise, and inside everything was burning with the fire of anxiety. Are you all right? Itachi looked at me seriously and immediately twitched when I looked up at him. Your eyes. I immediately closed them, realizing that I had unknowingly activated the dojutsu. Something's wrong. I need to get home right away. I looked at the guys. Okay, we'll handle the rest ourselves, but be careful. I heard the last words already in the distance, because I increased speed. A bad feeling drove me to get home as soon as possible and check on my whole family. If only everything would be fine with them. Naruko's POV. After I passed out in the middle of class, I appeared in a dark room, just like when I first appeared in the subconscious. Just like that time, the darkness hugged me like a soft blanket and did not let go. How nice, but we need to get up. The guys are probably worried, and I'm just hanging out here. And how much they still affect me. Previously, I would never have left this cozy darkness, but now I am ready to give it up voluntarily. Probably because I'm already used to them, or maybe because Kurama's tales are much softer. Who knows? I tried to get out again and I succeeded. As it turned out, I was in soft toys, just like when I was talking to that strange girl in my subconscious, and as if to confirm my words, I noticed that girl opposite me. She was sitting surrounded by toys and diligently pouring tea into toy cups for them. You're already awake. She smiled and handed me one of the cups. Will you? I won't refuse. I sat down on one of the seats and sipped tea. As it turned out, the tea is sweet and fruity, with a slight strawberry flavor. I inhaled the light scent with pleasure and took another sip. Well, tell me, she looked at me with interest, folding her hands in front of her. What to tell? I looked at her in surprise. What's that? Why aren't you getting ready for the holiday? She looks at me almost resentfully. Are you talking about that holiday you told me about last time? Yes. So what? He's already in a month, and you're not ready at all yet. She sat up indignantly, but immediately calmed down. But never mind, I can help you. She smiled kindly and took a cookie that had just appeared on the table. But what do I need to prepare? I tilted my head in surprise and also took a cookie. And how long will I be here? Oh. You don't have to think about it. It will only take a week, but you will need to try. She smiled slyly and her tail twitched funny. But, a whole week? I looked at her doubtfully, and for a second it seemed to me that all the toys in the room were staring at me. It made my skin crawl. I examined them, but they looked quite normal. Don't worry. And now let's start. Her gaze gave me goosebumps, and I hugged a small stuffed fox, similar to Kurama. It seemed to me again that all the toys in the room were looking at me, and their eyes were glowing bright red. The end of Naruto's POV Minato. Exactly a week has passed since Naruto fell into a coma for some unknown reason. Today, I came to her a little earlier than usual. On the way to the hospital, I bought a bouquet of cornflowers that reminded me most of Naruto's eyes. No one asked me who I was carrying the bouquet to, everyone had already gotten used to it in a week. I also took some fruits and packs of custard ramen. Menma is sitting in the ward, as usual. In general, after he came to me all agitated and disheveled and found out about Naruto's condition, he does not leave her bed. I brought you custard ramen and fruit. I quietly stood next to my daughter's bed, my son sitting on a chair, and began to lay out everything on the bedside table near the bed. What do you think? Will she wake up soon? He sighed wearily and looked at me. He had bags under his eyes, and his skin turned pale. He himself almost fell asleep on the move. Absolutely. Just because we can't figure out the cause doesn't mean she won't wake up. I'm sure Orochimaru-san will come up with something. After all, she's his goddaughter. I wearily sat down on the other side of the bed and took Naruto by the hand. And so the thin fingers with white stripes of scars became even thinner and paler. It feels like it's made of crystal, and one wrong move can break it. You're right. But it's been a week. And the nine-tailed one is absolutely not to blame for this. What could it be? What if someone tried to send it? Or did you use some unknown technique? And if she slowly dies, and we do nothing? He excitedly got up from the table and began walking around the ward. I understand his condition, but I still hope for his prudence. Menma. Calm down and eat at least something. You haven't eaten properly for a week. How happy do you think Naruto will be when she wakes up and finds out that her brother almost died because of her? I looked at him sternly and went into the corridor to the nurses. Minato-kun, I heard a slightly hissing voice behind me and immediately turned around. Orochimaru-sama? How are the research progressing? I looked at him carefully and noticed that he also looked quite tired. Well, yes. Naruto means a lot to him. Still the same. I can't understand the reason, and therefore I can't cure it either. He sighed wearily and looked at my hand, which had a pack of ramen in it. At his questioning look, I just sighed. Menma doesn't eat anything at all. I don't want anything to happen to him either. now I will ask someone from the medical staff to bring everything you need to your ward. He walked past me, and I noticed how he stopped one of the young nurses and said something to her, pointing at me. She nodded and left, and I went back to the ward. Well? Menma, as soon as I returned, stared expectantly into my eyes. All the same. They can't even figure out the cause, let alone the method of treatment. When I said that, a nurse came into the room and gave us a preheated kettle. Thanking her, I brewed ramen for my son. I myself had already eaten at home. The smell of freshly brewed ramen spread throughout the room, and Menma could no longer contain his hunger. How it smells! He sniffed the delicious smell and immediately, unable to resist, grabbed the chopsticks. Wait until it's brewed, otherwise it will be raw. A slightly hoarse voice from the side of the bed made us start and immediately rushed to the bed. Naruko lay with her eyes slightly ajar and tried to move her hand. Quiet, quiet. Menma helped her to get up and sit down. How are you? Carefully placing another pillow under her back, he asked. I sat down on the other side of the bed and adjusted the blanket. I want to eat. And drink, she answered laconically and loudly inhaled the air through her nose. Ramen. From the realization that Naruko woke up from the smell of ramen, I burst. I started laughing out loud. Apparently this fact reached his son, since he also began to laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? She fumbled with displeasure, and at that moment the door of the ward opened. What's going on here? Orochimaru came into the room and froze, looking at us. What's going on here? He frowned irritably. Godfather, I want to eat. You still haven't cleaned the house? This is how this wonderful holiday called the New Year began. Mikoto, Kushina and Matatabi have become quite good such commanders, managing everyone. Maya also wanted to be like them, but she was quickly besieged and now she was also dusting the chandelier. I hate cleaning. Shikaku whined. He was still that dormouse, however, like most of all our heroes, so when he was woken up at 7 in the morning to clean up, he went berserk. However, I didn't dare to say something in spite of the two furies. I woke up with the same mood. After all, she can finally sleep properly, and they don't let her do it. But she also had to change her anger to mercy when she found out what day it was. Sasuke walked with a stony face, but from time to time lightning flashed around him, so no one came close to him except Naruko and Naruto. The Uzumaki themselves shone from within with their enthusiasm, thereby infecting everyone around with fun. But their joy subsided when they were reminded about cleaning. Therefore, they were now dusting the furniture with sour faces. Itachi and Shisui tried to wipe the floors at the entrance, but every time someone went there and they had to wash from the very beginning. They got annoyed, cursed under their breath, got pussy for it and continued to wash. The great Hokage, Minato Namikaze, his son and the head of the police, Fugaku Uchiha tried to carve snowflakes beautifully. They had already cut themselves with scissors 5 times, twice they arranged a fight with the same scissors, 7 times they tried to do it with some techniques and received the same number of times for burning all the material. The tailed ones were distributed to the rooms in which they had to wash the floors. The fact that none of them had ever done this in their lives and had no idea what it was, no one cared. Kurama, who knew perfectly well how it would all end, grinned and washed the floors with his tails. The Sanins were sent for the Christmas tree. Where should they get it? Fuck knows. But if they don't bring it, then they're fucked, and that's putting it mildly. Akira, knowing that everything would be like this, prudently brought New Year's toys with him, and the women, leaving him alone, went to look at those very toys. We brought a Christmas tree. Jiraiya barged into the house with a huge Christmas tree that had been uprooted. The whole floor became dirty again, so Shisui had to keep Itachi angry like 100 devils. Oh! It's a little dirty here, let them wash it better. But after these words, no one held Itachi anymore, so the great toad Sannin had to run. Tsunade, who came in after him, looked around and hiccuped loudly, drank some more sake from her bottle. Orochimaru, who was even afraid to go in, but still had to, got hit in the stomach by Itachi, who missed. While Snake Sannin was swearing under his breath, both Uchiha took off. What have you done? An enraged Kushina looked at the dirty floor and the Christmas tree fainted. Matatabi and Mikoto, who came in, were also speechless. What's wrong? Drunkenly hiccuping asked Tsunade, and only Orochimaru in despair slapped his hand on his face, whispering something to himself. As it turned out later, it was Mats. Hurrah! Christmas tree! Naruto and Naruko jumped out into the corridor. They also stared at the Christmas tree in surprise, but immediately began to glow even brighter. Wow, I've never seen such a big Christmas tree. Jiraiya grinned proudly, but immediately wilted when he saw the skeptical looks that Minato and Fugaku had just entered. Has anyone seen Menma? Akira asked, who didn't give a shit about the whole situation. He went to the pantry for another pair of scissors. He broke his own. Minato replied, looking away guiltily. Okay. Come on, I'll help with the Christmas tree and we'll finally decorate the house. Kurama said decisively. Everyone just nodded at his suggestion. We still need to cut salads. Waking up, Kushina screamed in panic, and immediately after that all the girls, except Naruko and AI, ran into the kitchen. And we will decorate the Christmas tree. Grabbing her red-haired friend by the hand, Naruko shouted. Let's hurry up. Sighing heavily, the guys went to cut the roots of the Christmas tree. Meanwhile, the devil knows what was going on in the kitchen. Where are the potatoes? Mikoto crawled all over the kitchen, and when there were simply no options, she started asking everyone. Look in the bottom drawer in the nightstand, near the sink. Kushina immediately reacted. Mom. Did you buy peas? Maya was also all on her nerves, so the lack of the main ingredient of the salad made her look around nervously. We bought it, in the refrigerator, the top shelf. Thank you. Why do we have so few knives? Look at the second shelf. Where's the seasoning? In the top drawer. Who put the pot here? And where else to put it? To yourself on the head, you Ofanarila. So. Maya, Matatabi, calm down. We don't have much time. You're right. What is it? Is it? Potato. Why is it square? Well, I don't know how to clean it any other way, so learn. So the cooking took place. With the decoration of the Christmas tree, too, not everything was smooth. Where did you hang the red ball? And where should I hang it? On the left side of the Christmas tree, but it's already hanging on the left side. To the left, yes, much to the left. You just can't do anything. I can't. You're the shit who's picking on everything, huh? And so it went on for several hours. And only Naruko and AI happily decorated the Christmas tree from below. This is their first holiday that they can spend with those who are dear to them. Hurry up. Let's sit down at the table. It will soon be exactly 12. Maya stood with a small clock in the middle of the room and called everyone. A minute later, loud footsteps were heard and the guys with Naruko and AI flew into the room. A little later, the adults converged. Everyone took their seats and began to closely follow the clock hand. 3. They began the report. The adults took glasses in their hands, and the younger ones took compote. 2, 1. Happy New Year! They shouted joyfully after a while. And where are our gifts? Maya sniffed discontentedly. Even if she is already an adult, but no one has cancelled the gifts. They will be tomorrow. Slightly tipsy Kushina turned to her daughter and pulled her to herself. Let's go dance better. And our sweets? Naruko asked, already offended, approaching Menma. They're in the kitchen. Her brother answered easily and they all went to the kitchen. Why the whole crowd? So, the adults ran out of booze and they went to restock. Alcohol was found immediately, on the second shelf on the left, but chocolate candies with nuts were eaten by squirrels. As soon as Naruto and AI saw this, she almost burst into tears. After all, these are their favorite candies, so they looked at each other belligerently. The squirrels, sensing something was wrong, quickly fled towards the forbidden forest. Well, apparently that's all. Naruto said in a sepulchral voice. Yeah, come on. We'll buy more candy. Itachi smiled, but immediately sensed something was wrong. The forbidden forest has been standing there for so long. It's time to burn it down. Naruto finished her sentence in the same sepulchral voice and her body became covered with the poisonous chakra of the tailed one. Everyone in the room, including Kurama, went crazy. I meanwhile also became covered with the tailed chakra, but here she and Shikaku acted unanimously. One-tailed also loved candy and was going to take half of the girls, and then a bummer. In general, Shikaku, Naruto and AI went to destroy the forest and all its inhabitants. Kurama. Stop them. Matatabi looked at her older brother with panic. My chakra does not obey me. And, let the kids have fun. The fox chuckled lightly. Naruto, how are you feeling? Uncle Orochi, Nii-san and Dad were sitting in front of me. I had just regained consciousness and was now hungry as a wolf, so I was already eating the 7th bowl of quickly brewed ramen. Fine, but I think I need something else to eat. They looked at me and sighed. Okay. In the meantime, have a good meal and rest. The nurses will take your tests and bring you food. Tomorrow, when the test results come back, you'll tell us everything. The godfather wrote something down in his notebook and left. I looked at my relatives and tried to understand what they were thinking right now. See you tomorrow. The father got up and went to the door, but stopped at the very exit. I'm glad that everything is fine with you. Is he joking now? He didn't pay attention to me all my adult life. And now it gives out this? This is lawlessness. Naru, my brother looked at me with concern. You're definitely fine already. You're so pale, but I think it's because you've been sleeping so much. Shall we go for a walk tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Or shopping? He took my hand in his and squeezed. Don't ever scare me like that again. Do you hear? I've missed you so much. He hugged me and I felt guilty for bothering him. And the bags under his eyes, obviously because of me. This won't happen again, but now go get some rest. Nothing will happen to me overnight, and you clearly need a rest. Say hi to everyone. I hugged him back, and then I pulled away. Nissan just smiled, wished me a good time and left. As soon as the door closed behind him, I immediately descended into the subconscious. Naruto, Sasuke and Kurama were already waiting for me there, excited. As soon as I appeared, I was squeezed in a steel embrace. Naru. He hugged me so tightly that I almost choked. And at something. From pust ti. Ass choking. My words worked and he let me go. What happened to you? This question was asked by everyone present, as they began to stare at me intently. Well. In fact, everything is quite simple. Do you remember about the girl from my stories, after a trip to the subconscious? So, when I lost consciousness, I was back in the same room with her and she scolded me for not preparing for the holiday. We understood correctly then, about the temple and the holiday, so she decided to help me. I do not know why, but she took us to some place from which I could not contact you in any way, like with everyone else. There was a huge waterfall in that place, so she made me meditate under it for a whole month. I didn't eat or sleep, but I only felt a little tired. That girl came to me only 2 times, when she brought me there and when she took me away. And everything. And now I need to get to the festival, to the temple by any means. I exhaled, finally finishing the story. But you've only been asleep for a week, haven't you? Naruto frowned in disbelief. Most likely, the girl you were talking about transferred Naruto to another dimension, so she couldn't contact anyone. Time goes differently in different dimensions, so it's not surprising that a month has passed for Naru, when it's only a week for us. Kurama explained everything. But I don't understand something. As I understand it, you were forced to meditate under a waterfall to prepare for the holiday. For the Yukai holiday, just for a second. What for? What's going to happen to you there? What are they preparing you for? You, as a person, can't even go there. Sasuke sighed and thought, I already doubt that you are completely human. Kurama frowned and drilled me with an unseeing look, but now something else is much more important. Something is happening and I don't like it. What are you talking about? I looked at the guys, but they didn't really understand what it was about. I've looked through your memories more than once. Small but significant details happen to you, which are collected like puzzles from different pictures. Gathering 3 Sanins in the village at once, even because of Menma and his eyes, this was not done. The second owner of Uzumaki's eyes, whom we never found, Uchiha's interest in the arrival of the Sanins, this sudden holiday to which you are so persistently trying to cram, increased aggression of my too excited Menma, who takes care of you, Minato's changes, Kushina's indifference to the child, Orochimaru takes such care of you, the sudden awakening of Menma's eyes, and most importantly, our getting into Naruto's body. All this is too suspicious and leads to unpleasant thoughts, but the puzzle does not add up in any way. Kurama was clearly angry at this situation, but I have an idea that going to the temple on time for the holiday should clarify some issues, and perhaps give more food for thought. Okay, Naruto, you need to rest, so go and eat. I can see that you're still hungry. Yeah. I was delighted and came out of the subconscious, analyzing all my actions, but really, how many things are going on? But, what if these are really puzzles of different pictures? For example, the Uchiha just decided to check the information about the Sanins, especially since they didn't tell me to keep quiet about their arrival. Or, did they specifically give permission as a warning? What if the Sanins are here to intimidate someone? To show that my father or Konoha herself is ready for an attack? Or is it just strengthening the military power of the village, or maybe they will be given students? Well, for the new generation of Sanins? Yes, and the awakened eyes of Menma. When did he wake them up, and why am I only now finding out about it? Have you decided to hide it from me? So it's too big a threat? But how long ago? Or as soon as, so immediately called the Sanins. But why didn't they turn to Uzumaki? I didn't see them during the discussion when the Godfather and his partners came to visit. Or were they, and I left too soon? Or were there none at all? And if they didn't turn to Uzumaki? But then why? They, like no one else, should know about these eyes. Or maybe the threat to the village comes from Uzumaki? Yes, no. Now the head of the clan, Mom's brother. And why did the guys move here? They just died and there were no enemies nearby. Or were there? Or maybe it's the gods. But why? And why me? As I understand it, there are many more worlds, but this one was chosen. Why? What's wrong with him? And why is it so different from that world? And why Naruto and Sasuke? Well, I still understand Naruto, he's my alter ego, but Sasuke. Of course I don't mind. But it's weird. Or were the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra simply transferred into me, so, Naru? Let's just rest now, otherwise I'll get a migraine from your thoughts. He's right. You need to rest, not wind yourself up. Okay, now I'll eat and sleep again. So tired in that dimension, sure. Rest and recuperate. Don't worry, enjoy the tranquility, and we will take care of everything else. Thank you. I love you. Naruko's POV. They kept me in the hospital for about a week. They tried to figure out what happened to me, since I don't remember anything. Yes, I had to lie to everyone, saying that I just felt bad and fainted in class, and when I woke up, I didn't really understand anything. Everyone sympathized with me, shook his head, told me that I had been in a coma for a long time and fell behind. And only one godfather frowned suspiciously, but was silent. My brother came to me almost every day and could talk for hours on various topics, even if I didn't participate in these conversations much. My father also came, but he only brought news about the rest of the family and tangerines. I felt his concern and sincerity, so I decided to try to give him a chance. Even if he didn't do anything wrong to me. He didn't do anything at all, and it really hurt me. But that's not the point now. I spent almost all my free time talking with Naruto, Sasuke and Kurama. I often talked with Orochimaru and, sometimes, Shikamaru and Chuji. They told me about the events at school and the like, but what surprised me the most was that Hinata came to visit me. She just came with fruit and we talked with her for about 2 hours. I liked talking to her, but her sudden change in character and interest in my person were alarming. But she's not doing anything yet, so I'm relaxed. Since I woke up, a glutton appeared in me abruptly. I could eat 2 large bowls of ramen and not even notice. The doctors just shrugged their shoulders at this and said that a coma could have affected it. And also my laziness decided to make itself felt. It became the norm for me to sleep 13 hours a day, although I could do less. I absolutely didn't want to go anywhere or move at all, and my muscles felt like jelly, but I rarely had such a condition that in general, after I woke up, it was as if I was divided into several different people. Sometimes I don't even want to get up because of my laziness, then I behave completely normally, then I jump like I'm stung in the ass. Doctors still blame everything on the coma, but Kurama has become too worried about my health and now almost around the clock to monitor the condition of the body. Going into the depths of the subconscious again seemed like a crazy and thoughtless idea, so the nine-tailed strictly forbade me to move even a meter away from the cage. He explained this by saying that only in a cage can he protect and, if anything, help. I understand him, but curiosity consumed me, although I don't think I'll have to wait long for answers to all the questions. The holiday is in 3 days and we have already planned everything. Naruto from impatience began to rush through the subconscious like a bundle, but Sasuke expressed impatience with his frown. He became somewhat nervous and twitched at any sounds that even remotely resembled danger. In general, now we were in a sweet impatience, but soon there was one small problem. If I suddenly disappear in the middle of the holiday, then questions will arise. But this issue was quickly resolved, as I usually prefer to spend the holiday at home, alone. And this time, too, she will pretend that she stayed at home, and she will run to the Temple of Masks. At the very beginning of the holiday, the head of Uzumaki will hold an offering there, but after that there will be no one there. You think too much. Naruto's dissatisfied voice sounded from his subconscious. And he's doing the right thing, idiot. You should learn from her, Sasuke replied sarcastically. No matter what they say, you really need to rest, little one. You've been getting more thoughtful lately. We understand that you are worried, but try these 3 days to just relax and enjoy the weekend, so to speak. Kurama inserted his 5 kopecks and yawned sweetly at the last. That's what, and he and Naruto were equally lazy. You're right as always, but, what if I do something wrong? I've been having nightmares more and more lately. I stammered and looked out the window from the hospital wing. I was discharged, and while my brother is collecting all the necessary certificates, I have to pack my things, although there are not so many of them. What nightmares? The guys were immediately interested. Well, it seems to me that I'm standing in a large clearing. I feel good and calm. I feel you somewhere nearby, brother, godfather, even Uchi heard somewhere. And then all of a sudden everything turns dark. I'm floating in the dark and I don't want to come out of it at all. It really feels good to me, as if I was covered with a soft duvet, and then suddenly it becomes light and I suffocate. It feels like not only oxygen has gone with the darkness, but also my freedom. I feel like my arms and legs are in chains, and someone is standing in front of me and laughing loudly, and then I wake up. I shared my nightmares with them and thought, why do I have nightmares? It used to happen sometimes, but not so often, and not in a row, and now, I don't know what's going on with you, but I didn't see your nightmares, although when I was sealed in other Jinchuriki, I could easily view their dreams. So there are only two options. The first is that someone gets into your brain and sends nightmares, and the second is that you wind yourself up, and these are your old memories, fears, and you are subconsciously trying to isolate yourself from everyone. Kurama put forward his hypothesis and fell silent. It's so weird. Even if these are her fears, where did they come from? If we follow this logic, then Naru is afraid of the light? Afraid of being in captivity? Naruto frowned and I almost physically felt how everyone in my subconscious tensed up. We'll talk about this later, and now it's time to go home. I sigh and leave the ward. My brother and godfather were already waiting for me on the first floor of the hospital. They were talking about something, but fell silent when they noticed my approach. Oh, I don't like it. Naru-chan, I hope you're feeling better. Orochimaru smiles like a snake and I immediately smiled. Of course. I am ready to perform feats, but only after I sleep for another day. Apparently I have just that attack of laziness, since I don't mind coming home at all and sleeping there until tomorrow. Apparently my words were taken for a joke, so my brother patted me on the head and, after saying goodbye to my godfather, pulled me towards home. Naruko went home as if to hard labor. She knew for sure, her mother and sister were at home, her father was probably still working, her brother was unlikely to harm her, and her godfather was still in the hospital. You will ask, what is the matter? And the fact is that Uzumaki Jr. is tormented by a bad feeling and she is sure that it has something to do with the family. The baby tried to focus on something else, but the itchy feeling in the back of her mind did not calm down. Naruto and Sasuke subconsciously tried to support her, but they also had a bad feeling. Kurama was only silent and somehow mysteriously flashed his eyes, but it was clear from him that he was worried. Naru-chan? Something happened? Menma's voice brought Naruko out of her thoughts. What? No, it's okay. Just a bad feeling. She turned to her brother and noticed that he was behaving strangely himself. And what's bothering you? Well, my uncle is coming to visit us today for an important business, so we are all getting ready. I'm sorry that as soon as you were discharged from the hospital, you will immediately need to meet guests instead of resting. He started to look more upset. Don't worry. In the end, I can just sit in my room and keep my head down as usual. Naru will try to cheer up her brother, but he interrupted her. No. My parents said it was a very important dinner and you should be there too. Well, I can rest after dinner. I assure you, everything will be fine and nothing will happen to me, the girl said in order to somehow calm Menma and herself at the same time. You do understand that it didn't calm me down at all? The elder chuckled. I understand, but I can't do anything with you anyway. Naruko also grinned. They spent the rest of the way talking and joking. Menma even told some funny stories from his missions. But as soon as they reached the house, they both fell silent and even became gloomy. We walked to the threshold reluctantly, but still covered the distance in a minute. The elder Uzumaki Namikaze opened the doors for his sister and let her go ahead, followed. we're home." Menma shouted to the whole house and immediately heard his mother's voice. "Welcome back." Despite this, Kushina did not come out to meet me, apparently she is busy. But Mei came out. "So you came back." She hit her lips in a contemptuous grin and, turning around, went to the second floor. "It was better without you." Already from there she shouted. "What a warm welcome," Naruko sighed. "Don't pay attention." Menma sighed wearily at this behavior of one of the sisters. "Go rest. There's still a whole day before the guests arrive." He smiled and helped carry things to Neru's room. "What are we going to do?" Lying on the bed, the girl asked. "What do you mean?" Naruto, who was now trying to beat Sasuke in shogi in his subconscious, thoughtfully looked at the playing board. "I'm talking about my uncle. Before that, we had met with him a few times briefly. He is very kind, but for some reason his presence always bothered me." "Relax, little one. Nothing like that will happen, I think. Moreover, you really need to rest. You couldn't have a good night's sleep in the hospital." I decided to talk some sense into my Jinchuriki Kurama. "They are right. Even if something might happen, we are there and we won't let you get hurt." Sasuke closely followed Uzumaki's every move. Even though he seemed stupid, but on a subconscious level he sometimes came up with different tactics or went with the most unexpected moves, sorry for the tautology, thereby putting the enemy in a dead end, but Uchiha was already used to surprises. "You are right, as always." The feeling that she is not alone and she can always be protected warmed my heart. I fell asleep. Kurama informed the guys after a short silence. "What are we going to do? It seems to me that our foreboding is somehow connected with an unexpected guest, especially since Naruto has never been forced to sit at receptions before." Naruto irritably leaned back on Kurama's tails. "This is not accurate information, but I am sure of one thing for sure. We need to somehow secure Neru." Sasuke grinned, making the last, decisive move. "I agree, but how?" Uzumaki frowned and hid because of a sharp headache. "Stop, headache. Kurama, can we really feel pain in the subconscious?" He looked at his friend. "Actually, no. Now we are in our, so to speak, abstract projections. We have only our memories and chakra with us." The tailed one briefly explained the situation. "So we should not feel thirst, hunger, pain, etc. But then why do I have a headache now?" Uchiha and Nine-Tailed looked at Uzumaki with surprise. "Maybe it seems to you? Or are you some kind of anomaly? Or maybe some other crap?" Sasuke, who was already fed up with questions and secrets, decided not to even go into such subtleties. "We have a few days left before this damn holiday and we'd better rest and be ready for anything." "What's the matter with him?" Naruto looked at the retreating figure of Uchiha with surprise. "Who knows? Maybe a transitional age?" Kurama arched an eyebrow sarcastically, to which he was answered only with a skeptical look. "At the age of 19? From Uchiha? Although everything is possible," Naruto sighed, "but he's right about something. We need to rest." Naruto went into a small room, which Naruko separated for him. She made one room for each of them, but so far they didn't look very good. For something better, they needed good chakra control. But the guys now had a place where they could be alone and calm down. If anything, Kurama sighed at this behavior of his Jinchuriki and his friend. After all, the war has changed a lot and these two are no exception. Since the plague ended, Naruto has become more cold and calculating. No, he didn't become a selfish bastard, but now he didn't throw himself under the kurai for the sake of a stranger. He began to understand perfectly well that if he died such a stupid death, his loved ones would be hurt and maybe someone would say that it was selfish, but Uzumaki had long ceased to believe in the infallibility of the ideals of humanity. Sasuke, on the contrary, began to show more emotions and now behaved like quite an ordinary shinobi, but with his cockroaches. Once Naruto caught him pulling a cat out of a tree. In general, Uchiha began to change for the better, and not to say that someone did not like it. But most likely these changes did not happen because of the war, well, that is, not only for that reason, but because they began to influence each other. Sasuke showed Naruto what it was like to be responsible for someone, and Uzumaki, in turn, did not stint on warmth and love for his friend. The tailed one could only watch these idiots until they realized the hole they were stuck in, or rather, they fell in love. POV Menma, the sisters' return home was not as successful as we would like. And why can't Maya at least just ignore Naruto? After all, she's her sister. She could have shown sisterly love or something. Arg. I'm already confused. Kami, what happened to our family? Where did the time when we were friendly and always supported each other go? Oh, yes, there has never been such a thing. I remember how we were waiting for the birth of Naruto, our cute little princess, whom we will all love. Maya then sat next to her mother for almost hours and talked to her stomach. Although I did not do this, I also sometimes sat down next to him and put my hand to my stomach. I remember when I first came into contact with the baby like that, it was like I was doused with hot and then cold water, and then suddenly it felt so good and pleasant. And how was father happy? As soon as he came home from work, he immediately sat his mother on the sofa, and he put his ear to his stomach. And mom was only 3 months old at the time. She told me that he behaved the same way with me and with Maya. Mom was also looking forward to her birth, even if she was a little annoyed by the guardianship. And okay, before, only dad took care of her so much, and now Maya and I are also taking care of her, then everything was fine and we were the happiest family in the world. But everything changes sooner or later, the good ends. And now we have what we have. My mother is indifferent to Naruto, my father is always busy and behaves strangely next to my sister, Maya hates her, and my sister herself has withdrawn into herself and, it seems to me, does not trust any of us anymore. I can't blame her for anything, but I would like to help. But lately, something has subtly changed in her. It seemed to me that she became more positive and responsive. And I am ready to grab this lifeline with all my limbs. If only my sister would be happy and never know what loneliness is again. That I'm probably the worst brother. I left my sister when she needed me, and no matter what Itachi said, but I still spent less time with Naruto than he did with Sasuke. Okay, we need to prepare for the arrival of guests. I hope everything will be fine with Naruto, and the meeting with Uncle Akira will be fine. Menma, call Naruto. When I came down, my mother asked it. Yeah, I didn't argue and immediately went to my sister's room, but despite this, I had a mess in my head. My thoughts were swarming and did not allow me to focus on one thing. But then Maya came out to meet me, grinning. I stopped her on the move. Do you need something? She looked at me with displeasure and at the hand with which I was holding her shoulder. Yes, we need to talk to you. And about what? As if I do not know that you will arrange some kind of dirty trick again. Naruto. What a bad opinion you have of me, brother. She grinned and immediately disappeared when I pressed her shoulder with force. She could have escaped from the grip, but then we would have attracted too much attention, and I'm still stronger. If something happens, you will regret it. From my words, she immediately became covered with red spots, and then disappeared. Aren't you tired of her? At first, as soon as I was born, I immediately took all the attention to myself. And then she turned out to be a demon. So what difference does it make what happens to her? Her words were interrupted by a light slap in the face. I just couldn't listen to that anymore. I've never dared to be the first to raise my hand to a girl if she's not from the enemy team, but this is too much. That is, because of your stupid jealousy of your parents and pre-dawn, you began to hate your own sister? She shrank slightly under my hard gaze. Yes, she is my younger sister and I have never seriously scolded her before. And you? Didn't you have enough parental warmth while they were babysitting her? She clenched her fists even more resentfully. Have you ever wondered how I felt when you were born? I was jealous of you, too, until I realized that they just wanted to give us a happy and carefree childhood. Have you seen how the children of the clans live? They have been trained and brought up severely since childhood. Have you ever seen our father look at us coldly if we can't perform any technique like the head of the Uchiha or Hyuga? And in general, why are you angry at an innocent child, and not at parents who give you little time? Think about it. I left her there in the corridor, and I went to wake Naruko. Before entering her room, I knocked and called my sister, but she did not answer. I went in and saw that she was sleeping. So cute, just like a little hamster or a fox cub. Ho ho, if you take into account who is sealed in it, Naru. I lay down next to her on the bed and kissed her on the forehead. Wake up, I spoke softly so that she would not feel discomfort when waking up, but it's not so easy to wake her up. Sighing heavily, I turned her over on her back, sat down on the bed and began to tickle while laughing myself. She twitched and began to laugh, writhing under me. Hwa ha 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 tit. I get up. Ha 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 ha. I'm getting up, ha ha ha. I let her go and smiled, and meanwhile she was trying to catch her breath. It was a mean trick. She began to scold me jokingly. And you didn't wake up any other way. Get up and come down. Uncle Akira will be here any minute. I smiled wider and went back to the first floor, and yet baby Naru has become more cheerful. Previously, she either noticed me even earlier and woke up, or did not react to the tickling, although it was funny to her. Where's Naruko? And why is it taking so long? Mom met me with a rolling pin in her hand. The frying pan was busy with meat. Maya was sitting at the table and drinking tea with displeasure. She dozed off and I had to wake her up. She's coming down now. I carefully walked around my mother with a rolling pin and sat down at the table. Well, okay. Date Bachia, where is Minato? She looked at the clock with displeasure and pursed her lips. Continued to cook something. We sat like that for about 10 minutes, after which Naruko came down. She's wearing one of her new kimonos. Kakashi-san told me about her shopping trip. He, though not often, but still comes to visit. Naru wore a white kimono just above the knees in front and below the back with long sleeves. The hem is decorated with snowflakes. She braided her hair into a high ponytail with a white ribbon. Where are Dad and Uncle? She looked at us and immediately the door opened and her father's voice was heard. I'm home. Naru smiled and went out into the corridor. As she was standing closest to everyone. Welcome back. She froze abruptly, looking somewhere at the door. Without thinking for a long time, I went up to her and also looked there. There was nothing surprising there. Akira's father and uncle stood on the threshold and took off their shoes. I cast a surprised glance at my sister, who shook her head as if trying to get something out of her head. Welcome back. Then everything went quite calmly and normally. My uncle gave the girls each a combat fan, and I got a scroll with new techniques. While Mom was setting the table, I watched my father and uncle. As far as I know, they have been very friendly since the academy. I noticed that they are even too friendly. I can see the sparks from the looks they throw at each other, so. Menma. What are you thinking about? Your father is married, and they're just friends. Well, in fact, in the shinobi world, they don't pay attention to who you sleep with. Yes, even with a cactus. We live too little to worry about the opinions of others. Yes, even with your own brother or sister. This, by the way, is not surprising in small clans that want to preserve their genome. For example, Izumo and Kotetsu. Two shinobi that are always standing guard at the gates of the entrance to the village. They don't put their relationship on display, but they really love each other. No one even thought to condemn them for this. After all, you never know when you're going to die, and I didn't want to live my whole life guessing because of stupid stereotypes. But that's not what I'm talking about right now. Then we sat down to eat, and then we went about our business. Naru went to her room to rest, I, uncle, father and mother went to her father's office, and Maya was going to visit Izuna. And so, Menma. I understand that it is not so important for you, but in our clan such eyes are considered almost a miracle and God's blessing, but also a good prey. Therefore, you will use them only as a last resort, and in training with me, my uncle sat down in a chair opposite my father and looked at me carefully. I understand. I pursed my lips. Another responsibility because of which I will always be in danger. Nothing new. Menma. We love you and that's why we're very worried. Mom came up to me and hugged me, while my father was thinking about something with his eyes closed. I understand, Mom. I'm not worried. Is that all you wanted to say? Then I'll go. I left the office, hearing only the excited cry of my mother. I understand that I acted like a little child, but, am I still a child? At least a little bit. I want to be a weak child. I am so tired of this responsibility and the constant threat to my life that I am ready to give up on experiments myself or somewhere else. Since childhood, I have been the heir of 2 great clans. Hokage's son, older brother, or a good brother. And in everything I have to be the first and the best. The father or mother never said this, but other children said it for them after listening to their parents. I know that they would like a good childhood for us, but I'm afraid it's impossible in the shinobi world. A heavy sigh escaped from his chest. I was just passing by Naru's room, so I decided to come in. The doors silently opened, illuminating the room with a dim light. The sister herself slept on the bed with a star. She didn't even change her clothes. Grinning, I sit down on the bed and lift her up. Taking out a blanket, I put Naru back on the bed and cover her with a blanket. Noticing that the hairstyle interferes, I untie the ribbon and put it on the nightstand. Nisan. The little sister stirred under the blanket and looked at me with a sleepy look. Did something happen? No, I just looked in. Sleep. I can't. Clothes get in the way. She got out from under the covers and without even getting up, she took off her kimono. As it turned out, there was something like a delicate, long t-shirt under it. She threw the dress across the room, onto a chair. Author, I do this when I come home from school. I fall on the bed and throw off all my clothes, and the t-shirt is at hand, usually winky face, he, and tomorrow you will clean up. I look at her contented face when she has already buried herself in the blanket. It will be tomorrow. She snorted funny when one hair got into her mouth. Will you lie down with me today? Like before? She looked at me pleadingly and I couldn't refuse. But tomorrow is a mission. Move over, and yet I really love my family, no matter what. With about such thoughts, I fell asleep with Naruko, who had been snuffling for a long time. The end of the POV Menma, POV Akira. Before going to the house of the Hokage himself, I decided to go for the owner of the house himself. Minato is sitting at his papers anyway and has already forgotten about our meeting. As I thought, he's sitting there sorting out reports. Have you forgotten anything? I sneak up, hiding the chakra to the maximum, but he still calculates me and just grins. No, but I need to finish this first and only then go home. I lean over the table and read the first document I come across. Can't you put it off? No, I already postponed them because of Naruko, who was in the hospital. By the way, she has already come home today. What? She just got back from the hospital, and you immediately invite guests. Well, you're not a stranger to us, and it coincided so. He shrank under my sharp gaze. Okay, let me help you. We quickly dealt with the papers in 4 hands and went straight to the Hokage's house. When we entered, the first one who came out to meet us was baby Naru. I didn't even recognize her at first. Such a sharp contrast of the white and black clothes she wore before. But what surprised me more was her reaction to me. She stared for a minute, and then tried to be as far away as possible all evening. It alerted me, but she had shunned me before. after dinner and a conversation with Menma, only Kushina, me and Minato were left in the office. Don't worry. He's just tired, so give him time. I hugged my sister, calming her son after the outburst of emotions. I know, but what if we put too much pressure on him? Okay, I'm going to bed, because I'm tired. My sister left and we were left alone. Did you notice something strange in her behavior? He asked seriously and I immediately tensed up. Yes. Previously, Kushina would never have left first, no matter how bad she was. And I didn't miss important conversations. It could be attributed to growing up or fatigue, but I know my sister too well. It would be best to check it for bookmarks or other effects on the brain. I sighed and collapsed into a chair. Have a drink? Of course, I knew you'd come. Here is your favorite wine from the land of tea. End of Akira's POV. Naruko's POV. The arrival of my uncle did not come as a surprise to me. The real surprise was for me a sharp feeling of anxiety and danger, which literally burned in my chest. Shallow. It's him. The second owner of Uzumaki's eyes. Kurama's sharp cry brought me out of my stupor and I came to my senses. Could it be dangerous? Sasuke immediately got his bearings and started asking the right questions. Yes, he may suspect something, but I doubt that he will activate his eyes in such a place and in front of so many people, even if it's a family. Tailed strained even more and the guys with him. So, we need to calm down. In the end, you just need to be as far away from him as possible. I made a verdict and tried to avoid my uncle throughout the dinner. I could relax only in the room. Menma, Minato, Kushina and uncle have gone to their father's office. Most likely they will discuss something important, but they will not be able to eavesdrop or get there. The barriers there are put up to glory. After wishing everyone a good night, I retired to bed without even changing my clothes. I was woken up by the movements nearby. As it turned out, it was Nii-san adjusting the blanket. It was obvious that he was upset and worried about something. Therefore, without thinking twice, I asked him to go to bed with me. It always calmed him down. And under the peaceful snuffling nearby and in the subconscious, I fell asleep. The next morning, Naru woke up sprawled on her brother. He slept like a dead man and squeezed his sister in an iron vice, while snoring contentedly. Getting out of bed seemed impossible, if only because it was so warm and soft. So Naruko just relaxed, listening to the slow pace of her brother's heart and the warm rays of the sun. Is it morning already? Sleepily mumbled Menma. Just woke up, not fully understanding where he was. Good morning, Naru smiled, watching as her brother shudders at her voice and looks surprised, and only after 5 seconds, remembering last night, relaxes. Morning. How did you sleep? He stretched contentedly and stood up. Fine, and you? In order not to disturb her brother, she got up and went to the mirror to comb her hair. The same thing. Let me help you. Menma took the comb from his sister's hands and began to comb them with careful slow movements and sort them between his fingers. They are so soft, he enjoyed, because before his sister would not have allowed him to touch his hair. By the way, Nii-san, did something happen to you yesterday? Not that it happened, just got angry. Don't pay attention. But you were so upset, because you realized that you were worried about nothing. Change your clothes and come down to eat. Menma left, and Naruko went to the closet. It was still quiet in the subconscious, so Uzumaki decided to give her friends a little rest in her head and left them to rest, only greeted the already awakened Kurama. I can't feel your uncle's chakra. I think he's already gone. Ku listened to his sensory abilities. Well, otherwise I feel uncomfortable from his gaze. Naru was hiding. Perhaps his special eyes or his tenacious gaze are to blame for this. He's been through a lot and it's easy for him to figure out you or even me. Arg. There are too many problems. Okay, I need to change and come down for breakfast, and then go to my godfather. Okay. By the way, I still don't understand who your godmother is? Well, Obito-san. Well, okay then. Let the guys rest. It seems to me that something is happening to them. Me too, but I think they will tell you later. Okay, go already, little one. Have a nice day. Yeah. Thank you, and you too. POV Orochimaru. The next day, after Nara was discharged and she went home, I was going to return to my laboratory, but I was detained. You see, Tsunade got drunk again and now there is no one to carry out complex operations. Oh, how I got sick of everything. So I want to close myself in my laboratory and, sipping tea, listen to interesting theories of Naru, who again read something interesting in the book. In fact, such a great affection for the goddaughter was caused by our similarity. Despite my character or appearance, as a child I also preferred to sit at books, looking for something interesting. And the girl is very smart and it's nice to talk to her. Many children of her age still believe in happily ever after, and those who do not believe are scared and cold. I'm like a kid. I guess it's so nice to talk to Naru. Although she does not shine like the sun. No, she's more like a little star that no one notices just because she's far away. But if you get to know her better, a little genius, I'd say, also, these guys are in her subconscious. No, Naru told me about her dreams and guesses, but I would never have thought that it would all turn out to be true, and even that we would face this. I feel that further, more. They obviously did not just appear here, and the feeling that they hid something from me does not leave my mind. Perhaps a sharp fainting and coma are connected, again, with them? If so, then I need to talk to them again and check my guesses. There is also this sudden change in the character of the fourth. There is clearly something wrong here, but what is alarming is the strange energy from Naruchan's subconscious. While I was listening to the story of the guys in the Nine-Tail, I felt an eerie energy and piercing gaze from the depths of darkness. Then I decided not to focus on it, but now, when Naruko suddenly found herself in a coma, every little thing matters. My thoughts on this matter were interrupted by a knock on my office door. Come in, sighing wearily, setting up for another complex operation. Well, at least I won't pine over the documents. Good morning, Godfather. First Naruko's head appeared in the doorway, and then she went in herself. Good morning, I smile, putting down the papers. Has something happened? Does something hurt? No. I just came to check in. On the way, here, I bought a dango. She showed me the package and sat down on a chair opposite. And why are you still here? I thought you'd be in the labs. What kind of dango will you be? That's what I wanted to do, but Tsunade is not in a condition to manage the hospital right now, so I'm on a replacement. Come on, Taidango asterisk. At this moment someone knocked on the office again. Come in, I exhale irritably. Orochimaru-sama, I brought another father. The nurse came in and immediately froze, watching the most formidable experimenter peacefully eating dango with the incompetent daughter of Hokage. Put it on the table and bring tea. I glanced at her with displeasure. Apparently correctly interpreted my look, she quickly put down the papers and left it. You're too strict with them. They're pouring cold sweat from just looking at you. Uzumaki shook her head and immediately ate a dango ball with pleasure. What's the difference? So at least they will be more resistant to intimidation. Maybe. By the way, the spring festival is coming soon. Are you going to go? Or, as usual, will you stay in the lab? Maybe. I look away, not wanting to lie to my goddaughter in the eyes. Well, what am I going to tell her? Read it, honey, but I have to go to the secret Yukai festival. So what? Thank God she doesn't know about him, otherwise she would have snuck in there. I'll have to tell Naru sometime. By the way, I'd like to talk to your new neighbors in your head again. She looked at me in surprise. In principle, maybe, but we were interrupted again by a knock. Come in. I brought everything. The same nurse came into the office and put hot tea on the table and immediately left. Great. Then let's do it right now. I stood up from my seat and walked over to Naruko's chair. I had to sit down so that our faces were on the same level. In the subconscious, when I opened my eyes, I found the tailed one playing shogi with Uchihara. And what did you want to talk to us about? Nine Tails looked at me, grinning contentedly at the guy's lost. About Naruko's sudden coma, Uzumaki herself created 2 small sofas in her subconscious, on which we settled down. Everyone suddenly became serious and looked at each other. I know it has something to do with that terrifying energy from the depths of her subconscious. They confirmed my fears when they frowned even more. To some extent, it is, the Nine-Tailed began, we are not sure what is happening ourselves, but we hope that soon we will be answered. What does that mean? I became more interested. Everything is getting more and more interesting, after a long explanation of the circumstances. So you want to say that you just let an 11-year-old girl go, alone, to a yokai festival where people are devoured like some kind of delicacy? To my skepticism, they just shrugged their shoulders. The very culprit of the dispute was sitting next to her and trying to merge with the sofa, listening attentively to our entire conversation. Oh, I don't like her look. She's not alone. We will be with her. The blonde was immediately indignant and quieted down when I looked at him as a moron. With her? You're in her subconscious. You can't influence the outside world. And why are you letting her go? Right. Because that's what the strange kitsune said, which may have just snuck into her subconscious. Or maybe she's just having fun with you, which is typical of these spirits. I was still raging, but I decided to calm down a little to look at the situation objectively. Godfather, I was distracted from all this by the calm voice of my goddaughter from the side. What? How do you know so much? I've never noticed such a craving for yokai behind you. The question stumped me. Now the guys looked at me with interest, but the nine-tailed one looked as if something very important had just reached him. So that's why you were so nervous and lied to Naruko when you talked about the spring festival. You're going to the yokai festival yourself. She looked at me with superiority, and the others with the greatest surprise. Yes, I sigh with resignation. I understand that the godchild will have to reveal the truth earlier than planned. But how? Naru herself looked lost. I haven't been a yokai since I was born. When I went to the summoning world to snakes, I was the most ordinary shinobi, so to speak. After a lot of training, I talked a lot with snakes and I can say I became a kinsman for them. And then the elder offered me something. He will make me half-baked and then they will finally accept me into the family. I agreed, but it wouldn't have happened if I didn't have a yokai in my ancestors. Thank Kami, my great-grandmother or great-grandfather was just the same to them and everything worked out for us. So I became a half-hibiek. I didn't tell anyone about it, but after that I had some responsibilities like any other yokai or half-yokai that I became. I'm not complaining, it's even better for me, but sometimes it's very difficult to explain some quirks to everyone else. That's why I became so aloof. I briefly outlined the whole situation and looked at the thoughtful faces, admiring Naru. She obviously won't let up after that until she finds out what these quirks are. Involuntarily, a smile appeared on his face. That's even better. The tailed one chuckled and looked at me slyly. You will go with Naru to the holiday. Are you completely crazy? I think I said that it is very difficult for even semi-yokai to get to this holiday. What can I say about people? Small yokai catch them at the entrance and devour them. But what should I do? I doubt that after I ignore the invitation, they will leave me alone. Naru was depressed. I don't understand who invited you. It could just be a kitsune who decided to have fun. No, the nine-tailed shook his head. Even the eight-tailed foxes would not dare to approach me just to have fun. I nodded. I understand perfectly well that it is, especially since Naruto was right. Shinami sent us here and that girl with tails looks suspiciously like Naruto herself. Don't you think that the little one herself is not completely human? But if it's like you say, then there must have been yokai in her ancestors. I frowned. It's definitely not Kushina. Even if there is a piece of demonic power in her, which helped her survive after my extraction and restrain me for so long. But this is catastrophically not enough to awaken the blood of yokai. So the ancestors of Minato, but nothing is known about them. Then we have only one option: spend Naruto on the yokai festival and see what happens. If anything, I'll cover it. Okay. Everyone else was watching our debate with interest. I don't like all this. Okay, since we've decided everything. Naru, let's go. Our tea is getting cold there. I got up from the sofa and, concentrating, came out of someone else's subconscious. Naruto also followed me. There are still so many robots. I looked at the papers with longing. And why do you do them? You can just sober up Tsunade and that's it. Uzumaki also squinted at the papers. In principle, you can. Okay, let her do it all herself tomorrow. In the meantime, let's go to Ichiraka Ramen. Stop. First we finished the Dango, the end of Orochimaru's POV in the subconscious POV author, yes, and he's not much different from Orochimaru from our world, Sasuke side. Well, he's right about everything, after all. And yet we were lucky with all this. Letting Naruto go alone to such a dangerous place would be very dangerous and thoughtless. Naruto lifted the corners of his lips in a semblance of a smile, because there was no desire to get up and do something, and he was just lying on Kurama's tail like a rag. Still, sometimes it's nice to talk to an intelligent person, not like you, Kurama grinned. And this is what the one who could not escape from the child tells us. Uchiha grinned, remembering that case. Shut up. I was in my little guys. The tailed one immediately reacted. Yes, Uzumaki grinned and closed his eyes. Memories from that world flashed through his mind. Here he is all alone, and here he is already in the team, the first cleaning mission, the hunt for the Torah, the first C-rank task. How many joyful memories that immediately overlap the memories of the war. Hey, Uzurantaki. Sasuke's voice above his face sounds threatening. Naruto opens his eyes and sees the upside down face of Uchiha in front of him. Stop remembering this. He does not ask how the topic found out what he was thinking. They have long understood that they can understand each other at a glance. You're right, Uzumaki sighed and immediately cheered up. Shall we play some other board game? Naruto's POV. The rest of the days before the holiday passed quietly and very quickly. During this time, I became even closer to the guys and spent a lot of time with my godfather, learning from him all the subtleties of being a half guy. It turned out that he has the habits of a snake just because of this, and this gives him an advantage in controlling the chakra. And all these experiments have always been the passion of the summoning snakes, and he took it from them. The guys themselves treated the godfather very favorably. As far as I understood from the memories that I dreamed about, they did not have a trusting relationship, but looking at them now it seems to me that if I look before the rest of the memories, I will see how they became friends. And Sannin himself didn't push them away like everyone else. So these days went more than well, but my father's behavior gave me no peace. He was constantly looking at me with his piercing blue eyes. I felt like I was under a microscope. Unlike Naruto, Dad's eyes were lighter and became darker reaching the pupil, while his eyes were like a cloudless sky. Once it seemed to me as if his pupil had sharply narrowed to a thin line, but as soon as I blinked, everything disappeared. Sometimes it even seemed to me that Dad suspected something and is now waiting for the moment when I screw up somewhere. Because of this, I tried not to talk to guys in front of him. You never know, and my brother is no better. He constantly squints in my direction, but there is more concern in his eyes. By the way, his eyes are also a strange shade. If Mom's eyes are like morning fog or winter sky, then Nissan's are like steel. Sometimes I get the feeling that he can kill me with one look. With him, I won't be surprised at anything, and now the day of the holiday has come, I got up with high spirits, despite the danger that may await me at the festival. There was silence in the subconscious. I squinted at the alarm clock in disbelief. 5:47, well, not so early. I usually get up at 7 o'clock, but here. Apparently my body decided to show off. To prolong my rest, I tried to fall asleep, but as they say, it's not fate, it's not fate. I had to get up and go to the bathroom. Even the fact that everyone is still sleeping did not spoil my mood. Apparently today I'm going to run around all day like I'm stung in the ass, unless another attack of laziness happens. After finishing all the water treatments, I went to the closet. So, what would you like to wear today? Yes, it doesn't matter, Kurama's voice came from his subconscious. Good morning. How did you sleep? Good morning. I slept fine, but someone woke me up with his grumbling. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Can Naruto and Sasuke hear me too? Nah, they sleep like marmots, so you can relax. Yes, and to be honest, I don't need a dream. I see. So, what should I wear? Well, let's have the second suit on the right side. I took what Kurama offered me and decided to take a shower first. Everyone's sleeping anyway, and I want to soak up in the bathroom. While I had prepared all the things, towels and water, it was just 6 o'clock in the morning. It's good that we have excellent sound insulation in our house. All this time, the nine-tailed was silent and only now noticed that he dozed off. I decided not to touch him, and so I quietly lowered myself into a full bathroom. The hot water pleasantly enveloped and lulled that I closed my eyes and leaned my head back against the side of the bathroom. The complete silence put a little pressure on my nerves, but Kurama's light snoring quickly calmed me down. And yet I am grateful to fate or Kami for giving me such friends. I don't know how long I lay in the bathroom, but I was woken up by quiet footsteps in the hallway. Someone was walking wearily and clearly from the entrance to the house. So, it can't be outsiders, but only someone from the family. Most likely it's Nii-san, he just recently went on a mission, but so is Mia, she spent the night with friends, or Dad, he could be abruptly called to the residence. This is Minato. Ku's voice was heard again from the subconscious. Did I wake you up again? No, your father has a strange chakra by itself, so I woke up. Why is it so strange? You know, ordinary shinobi chakra has a blue hue. Mine, like a demon's, is red, and your father's is. His chakra has not only a strange color, but also a smell, but I'm more like an animal feeling it, and others won't notice it. So what color and smell is my father's chakra? And color, and she smells like a peach. A peach? Well, I noticed only once how he enjoyed eating peaches, but he never showed love for them again. Or does it affect you in any way? This is the first time I've encountered this, so I don't know. With that, our conversation died down, and my father's footsteps subsided when he went into his and Mom's room. I relaxed again and lay in the water for a few more minutes until I realized that it was getting cold. I had to get out and get dressed. Before I pulled on my clothes, I looked in the mirror. I used to try to avoid my reflection, because I knew that I was very bright by myself, and the scars, now they left only thin stripes on my arms and back, and another big one on my chest. I still remained bright, red hair to the waist, bright eyes with a vertical pupil and 3 stripes on the cheeks. I'm still the same thin, pale and ungainly. Involuntarily, a grunt escaped from me and a comparison came to mind with an unsuccessful doll that was thrown out. Ah, well, stop self-flagellating. I heard the menacing growl of the nine-tailed. Sorry, you don't have to listen to my whining, little one, it's not your fault that someone doesn't like you. Remember, if someone doesn't like something, then it's his problem, and those who really value you will never condemn you for your appearance. Understand? Yeah. Thank you, Kurama. And I'm not small. Yes, yes. Whatever you say, little one. A heavy sigh escaped from my mouth again and I looked in the mirror with a completely different look. That's right, I like my appearance, which makes me stand out from the crowd. Involuntarily, a satisfied smile crept onto my face. How nice it is to have someone who will always support that. I decided not to stay any longer, so I started getting dressed. The suit that Kurama recommended to me fit my figure perfectly. A thick belt hid my skinny waist well, and long and wide sleeves covered my thin arms with scars, bandages at chest level hid an ugly scar, and short shorts under the burgundy skirt of a combat kimono gave confidence. As it was already clear, I wore a burgundy combat kimono, under which I bandaged my chest, since it itself covers only my arms and back from above. I decided not to bother with my hair for a long time, so I just gathered them into a high ponytail. When I was already leaving the bathroom, I met my mother in the hallway, who greeted me and calmly went to wash her face. I don't want to lie that I'm not offended by such an indifferent attitude towards myself, but I've already managed to get used to it for such a long time that I decided not to bother with bullshit for a long time, so I went to the kitchen, make myself something to eat and go to my godfather. From the snack, I found only a few packs of ramen. Without hesitation, I brewed one pack for myself while Kushina was cooking something for the others. Surprisingly, my brother got up first. It's amazing because he usually sleeps until lunch when he has no missions. He greeted us and sat down at the table. Ma'am, can I have ramen too? Lying on the table with his head, he asked, to which he immediately heard indignation. What are you? Eating ramen in the morning is very harmful. My brother squinted at the pleased me and the angry mom, and then groaned in resignation. All I have left is a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Maya got up next. She looked tired and a little battered. Did you come late again? Kushina stared indignantly at her daughter, to which she only made a guilty face. The elder Uzumaki did not get angry for a long time and eventually let Mei go, who then sat down at the table next to her brother and away from me. Well, nothing new. I do not know when my father got up, because immediately after I ate, my brother took me for a walk. Did he really get up early to catch me? It's quite possible. Sasuke's voice sounded a little hoarse from sleep in his head. Oh. Good morning. Are you up already? I'm listening and immediately hear a juicy yawn performed by Naruto Uzumaki. Good morning, Naru. Have you been awake for a long time? He is clearly in a good mood, however, as am I. It's been a while. About 6 o'clock in the morning. And now what is it? Uchiha immediately asked. It's already 8. Yeah, it's been a while. Where are you going? Naruto asked again. I'm going for a walk with my brother, and then I'll go to my godfather. Great. We just need to talk everything over with him. Uzumaki immediately cheered up. Oh. Itachi, sure sway. I was distracted from the conversation in my subconscious by my brother, who saw my teammates. They were standing near the dango shop and discussing something, but immediately switched to us. It's Naruto and Menma. Sure sway smiled, and Itachi limited himself to a greeting nod of his head. Good morning. I followed my brother to them, although I felt that they were somehow tense. Good morning, Naru-chan. The younger Uchiha smiled and was immediately distracted by Sasuke coming out of the store. He looked pleased with 2 bags full of dango. Hi, I broke into a welcoming smile, although it turned out to be nervous because I didn't want my brother to know that Sasuke and I have a bad relationship. I hope he plays along, otherwise Nissan will be worried. Hi, or I have glitches, or Uchiha Sasuke just greeted me and not only did he not hide, but also lifted the corners of his lips in the semblance of a smile. Will you? He offered me dango, and I was still staring at him like he was a miracle of the universe. Yes, so that Uchiha Sasuke greeted, and even offered me dango? I'm going crazy. Thank you. I swallowed the lump in my throat and accepted the dango wand. Walking? I glanced at the older ones, but they didn't pay attention to us. Nope. I was on my way to practice when I met Itachi and Shursui. And you? Okay, and we decided to take a walk. But apparently my brother got too carried away. Already Uchiha noticed that the elders did not pay attention to us at all. Come on, let's eat ice cream for now. I was already tired of being surprised, so I just nodded and we went to a small cafe that opened recently. Quite a cozy room with the smell of vanilla. We sat down on a small table near the window. The waitress immediately came running to us. What will you order? She smiled a greeting, and I looked at the menu. Coffee for me, black, 1 spoonful of sugar, Uchiha said. Wow, I hate such strong coffee. And I have vanilla ice cream with strawberry syrup. I smiled, already anticipating the sweetness. The waitress left, and we stayed sitting. Surprisingly, there was no one else in such a cozy cafe except us. Strange, are you going to the party today? Uchiha started the conversation first. Well, I don't mind talking. Nah, I prefer to stay at home. I'll probably spend it with my godfather. With the godfather, Orochimaru. He chuckled strangely at my words and accepted coffee from the waitress. I also took my ice cream and ate 1 spoonful with pleasure. The yummy stuff melted in my mouth by itself. We ate, drank, in silence for another minute. The mood became even better. Where did you go? My brother said indignantly when he went into the cafe. You were talking so enthusiastically that we decided not to disturb you. I ate another spoonful of ice cream and closed my eyes with pleasure. Kami, how delicious. Brother, will you pay for me? I looked at him and made pleading eyes. He looked at me and wearily collapsed into the next chair. The Uchiha also sat down next to Sasuke. It seemed to me, or his mood became indifferent again. While I was watching this, a waitress came up to us. Coffee, 2 spoons of sugar, my brother ordered. The same thing was ordered by the older Uchiha. And why did they come here? Continue your conversation again? So, were you going to practice? I decided to continue the conversation with Sasuke. Yeah, do you want to come with me? He obviously cheered up when there was an opportunity to get away from his brothers. I don't mind, but we need to finish. He nodded and we began to eat faster. Do you want us to train you? My brother smiled, and the Uchiha supported him. We'll manage on our own. Sasuke calmly sipped some coffee. Before that he managed, you. I think someone has a quarrel. Yes, we will cope. I decided not to bring it to sin and began to eat faster. I need to leave faster, otherwise I have a feeling of a cunt. For the next 5 minutes we ate everything we ordered in silence. That's it. We'll go. When I noticed that Uchiha Jr. also finished his coffee, I got up from the table and we went out. Naru, my brother wanted to say something, but we had already gone a sufficient distance. We walked for a few more minutes when I finally managed to find the resolve to ask what I care about. Did something happen to Itachi-san? I tried not to look at him, but even so I noticed that he frowned. Nothing like that. He just suddenly became inflamed with attention to me when I no longer needed. He chuckled and we almost reached the training field. And you and your brother? As far as I understand, you're tense for some reason. He sees right through me. In fact, I am next to my brother all the time in suspense because Kurama told me that with his new eyes he will be able to understand that there is not only a nine-tailed one in me, and maybe he will understand that this is not the tailed one. Not to say that it was him. I looked at the sky and sighed. I don't know how to explain it, but I have almost the same confidence in this Sasuke as I have in Sasuke, who is in my head. Maybe that's how an adult Uchiha influenced me, but the fact remains that, I stopped and looked at the landfill. My mood dropped when I realized that the loads were not available to me. Shall we practice throwing? He either reads my thoughts, or I have everything written on my face. It doesn't matter. The main thing is that it won't hurt me much. For the next few hours, Sasuke and I wasted all our supplies of throwing weapons. And now we just sit in the shade of one of the trees and are silent. I calmly leaned back against the tree and closed my eyes. The warm rays of the sun that made their way through the leaves shone into my eyes, so I covered them with my hand. Sasuke sat next to him in the same position and looked at the sky and passing clouds. The silence didn't bother me or him. I wonder what came over him. And who knows? Kurama frowned discontentedly in his subconscious. This is very strange. Sasuke is also worried. Or maybe he's just smarter than our Sasuke and doesn't behave like a bastard in childhood. Nah. But Naruto is not very worried. Maybe. I looked at Uchiha again. I've been thinking. Hinata also started behaving strangely at one point, didn't she? Do you think it has something to do with it? Kurama was also thinking. It's quite possible. Uchiha fell silent, thinking, and Uzumaki does not see this as a problem at all. By the way, it's time for us to go to Orochimaru. He reminded. Exactly. I abruptly got up from my seat and looked at Uchiha. I'm sorry, I have to go to my godfather. I started to apologize, but he only lifted his lips a little in the semblance of a smile. Nothing, it's time for me to go home too. Bye. He stood up and disappeared from my field of vision. So far, I threw it to the already retreating back of a friend? Although, no. More like an acquaintance. Without stopping anywhere else, I ran to my godfather in the laboratory. One of them was not far from the forest of death, most often it is there, so I immediately went to that laboratory. Mary, the godfather's snake, met me at the entrance. She took me to Orochimaru. Good morning. I greeted my godfather, who was sitting and drinking tea. Hello. By the way, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He glanced at his watch, confirming his words. Wow, Sasuke and I spent quite a lot of time training. Well. I was a little late. What are you doing? I'm checking the tests of one of my patients. And what's so strange there? The fact that she has all the signs of lung cancer, but there are some deviations that go against this disease. Before that, Menma, Itachi and Shisui, after the younger ones left the older ones alone in the cafe, they abruptly became more serious and looked at each other suspiciously. It's weird, Itachi began first. What exactly? That your brother, who runs after you all the time, just voluntarily refused to train together? Or that he and my sister communicate so well? Menma arched an eyebrow. Sooner or later it had to happen. The elder Uchiha sighed sadly. What do you mean? The older brothers Sasuke and Naruto frowned. Children grow up and begin to be interested in the objects of their size and they no longer need older brothers. Shisui spread his hands and was immediately pinned to the chair by 2 living looks. A little more and they activate their jutsu. What kind of nonsense? Menma smiled nervously and flashed his gaze one last time. Exactly. Itachi picked up and cracked the mug in his hands. Noticing this, Shisui preferred to shut up and turn away from his friends so that they would not notice how his lips curved in a grin. That's what the jealousy of older brothers means. I think it's time for me to go home. Looking at the clock, I was distracted from the conversation with my godfather. Naru. Yes, you're right. I'll come pick you up in about 2 hours, so be ready. He frowned slightly, still not thrilled with all this. Of course, already at home, sitting on the bed, Naruko stared at her hands and began to think about what could be waiting for her. Thin, crooked fingers with thin stripes of scars hypnotized the eye and made it possible to distract from the world around them. A sharp knock on the door gave goosebumps on the skin from a sudden awakening. Come in. After permission, the door opened slightly and a tall blonde man appeared in the aisle. As you already understood, Minato Namikaze, Dad? Hi. The blonde hesitated awkwardly, but walked into the room confidently. Kushina said that you wouldn't go to the festival on this holiday either. He sat down on the edge of the bed, next to Naruko. I don't want to go somewhere, the girl answered with a hitch, and she had the feeling that she was being seen through. Are you sure? Now his father's voice sounded incredulous and even doubtful. It was difficult to say what caused it. Yes. I want to be alone today, Naruko squeezed out without looking into Minato's eyes, hearing how in the subconscious the guys who had been arguing before somehow suspiciously fell silent. As you wish. A heavy sigh, and Namikaze left the room. Naru took a deep breath, suddenly realizing clearly that her father smelled unusual. A mixture of peaches, sake and rain. Inhaling this smell, the girl realized that she really liked it. Somehow he began to pay too much attention to you, compared to the past. Kurama sighed with displeasure. He's right there, Sasuke said. Maybe he felt guilty. Naruto began to sort through the options, but for some reason Naruko clearly felt that the matter was different. We'll talk about it later. I have another question. Naru, my dear, don't tell me that you're going to go to the Yukai festival like this? Kurama sang in the sweetest voice. Why are you silent? Well, you said not to talk. Naru sighed with displeasure and immediately began to justify herself. Why should I wear this kimono? It's completely inconvenient. I'll have to. The Yukai are very revered for such holidays and you need to dress appropriately for them. Okay, but I don't have a kimono, I already told Orochimaru. He will buy it and bring it, the nine-tailed grinned contentedly. Everything is clear with you, Naruko breathed out with displeasure. I don't even know how to put it on. But I can, sided with the tailed Uchiha. Traitors. After seeing off relatives for the holiday, Naruko spent the rest of the time just talking to friends, trying to calm her fear and anxiety. But despite everything, somewhere inside she felt like she was licking her lips in anticipation. This something was much further away than Kurama, Naruto, and Sasuke, and it was also much bigger and stronger. Orochimaru came exactly at the time agreed upon. He brought with him a kimono and a fox-like mask. Despite the girl's resistance, she was still able to be forced to wear the kimono that Orochimaru brought. Well? The hair had to be braided into 2 low and voluminous braids so that they would not interfere with wearing a mask, a simple white kimono just above the knee, a voluminous cape on top, which is held by a wide belt, traditional shoes with a high platform and knee socks. Not bad, Orochimaru licked his lips contentedly. It suits you. Naruto's pleased voice was heard from his subconscious. It will do, Sasuke nodded satisfactorily. Kurama just grumbled something and seemed to have dozed off. It's time for us to leave. We need to be extremely careful not to meet anyone we know, and we also need to check whether the ceremony took place in the temple. The godfather began to list, so that it would be easier for me to transfer us by Shunshin. Naru hesitated a little awkwardly, adjusted the mask so that it covered her entire face and grabbed her godfather's kimono. A minute later they were in the forest, near a small path. Blue lights twinkled merrily on the sides of it, twisting as if dancing. Somewhere in the distance, joyful laughter and music could be heard. Wow! Naru tremblingly stretched out her hand to one of the lights and he, playing, began to dance on her arms and shoulders, without bringing any harm. Naru, we need to hurry, the godfather gently removed the girl's hand and the light fell into place. Naruko, not at all disappointed that she could not play with the light longer, grabbed Orochimaru by the hand and followed more confidently. They walked in silence, and with each step silhouettes flashed more and more often in the thickets of the forest. At some point, a girl ran out to meet them, a little older than Naru herself, with an appearance that subtly resembled a snake. Black hair gathered in a neat high tail and now reflects the glare from the lights, green eyes with a narrow pupil, sharp facial features and almost white skin. If you look closely, you can notice a few scales on the cheekbones and neck, green kimono, which perfectly suits her eyes. Despite the high uniform, the girl moved quite briskly. Orochimaru-san. Why have you been away for so long? And who else is this? The girl only noticed Naru now because she was hiding behind the hem of her godfather's kimono. Get acquainted, this is Naruko-chan. The snake smiled, although he was very worried about his goddaughter. A very strange name for Kitsune, she chuckled. Well, then call me Mayura-san. Orochimaru, like Naruko, preferred to remain silent on the phrase about Kitsune, but still looked at each other meaningfully. I was looking for you. The elders are very serious today. Kaima-san doesn't even seduce anyone. It looks like something very, very big is going to happen today, she said enthusiastically, while Naruko was having a conversation with her roommates in her subconscious. What do you think? Well, some points have become clear. You were dragged here so obviously because of this large-scale event. No one will attack you because they think you're a kitsune, but it's still strange that no one felt me. The only thing that will give us answers to questions is going to the temple, which means shut up this little one and hurry where you need to, Kurama grumbled with displeasure. He's right. Judging by Mayura's emotions, these elders are very high-ranking people and what is bothering them should be much more powerful. The Fox Uchiha supported the idea. Naruto just didn't say anything, but he was still throwing ambiguous glances at Madara, sighing at Naruto's taciturnity. Naruko pulled the edge of Orochimaru's sleeve to attract attention to herself. He immediately understood what the goddaughter wanted. Mayura, we are in a hurry. Let's talk later. The snake smiled gently. Okay, Orochimaru-sama. The girl became noticeably sad, but immediately cheered up when she saw her friends. When she disappeared between the trees, our heroes hurried to the temple. They reached the temple on foot in just 20 minutes of brisk walking. Here we are, Naru says before stepping on the first step, which leads to the temple, but already on the fifth he notices that he is walking alone. Godfather? Orochimaru was standing where he was before. I can't go any further. He frowns and, for demonstration, stretches out his hand, which he immediately pushes away, as if there is an invisible wall. Naruko frowns, returns back to the first step and also holds his hand. Nothing happens. Maybe the gods don't want me to be there, and what to do? A slight panic slips into Naruko's words, but she immediately shuts it up. I'll go alone. Are you crazy? There are no yokai there, and I need to hurry. If the gods themselves don't want you to go any further, I doubt you'll be able to do anything with the barrier at all. I'll be quick. At these words Naruko turns around and continues walking up the stairs. Naruko ran up the stairs without turning around. The guys and Kurama silently watched what was happening from the subconscious. With every step, the temple was getting closer and getting darker and bigger. There were several guards standing in front of the entrance, so Naruko had to hide behind one of the large bushes that grew along the edges of the stairs. Apparently, my uncle is still conducting the ceremony. Uzumaki somehow decided to defuse the situation. Most likely. Sit quietly, and I will try to pass the temple unnoticed, Kurama replied. It's pretty quiet here, Naruto said almost in a whisper because of the tension. Not a single animal, Uchiha agreed. It's always been that way. Absolute silence and peace, that's why I like to sit here, plus there is a library nearby. By the way, That's where I found information about parallel worlds, Naruko replied, relaxing. They've finished and are already coming out. 9. Tails interrupted the conversation. Understood. Naru hid and waited. She didn't have to sit there for long. After 10 minutes her uncle came out of the temple, and after him the guards left their posts. I had to wait a few more minutes when their silhouettes disappeared. As soon as this happened, Naruko ran to the temple. At the very entrance, she is greeted by 2 statues of foxes. 6 large, stone tails are located behind their backs, sharp ears stand in one position, a slightly longish muzzle and empty eye sockets looking at nothing. For some reason, Naruko's attention was riveted on them, and only after a minute she realized that earlier the statues had only one tail. Needless to say, this is extremely strange. I think not. Without pausing any longer, Naruko went inside. The temple door opened easily, but with an ominous creak. A large hall, a sacrificial altar in the middle, and masks hung on the wall. In the middle hung a mask of the Shinigami himself, white, with horns, a wide grin and 2 protruding fangs. She herself was hanging exactly opposite the exit and seemed to be looking with empty eye sockets at everyone who would enter, in this case at Naruko. The girl literally froze with some kind of anticipation. Previously, when she came here, she did not feel any discomfort or fear, but now the feeling of the unknown has captured her mind so much that even Naruto's cry from the subconscious has been dulled a little. Naruko, be careful, everything here is literally saturated with otherworldly energy, he said quite seriously. I understand. Naru shook off the obsession and walked closer to the altar. What should I do next? Blood. Drip blood on the altar. There must be either a ritual dagger or a kunai somewhere here, Kurama advised. The dagger was indeed found in a small box, near one of the columns. Surprisingly, the blade went through the back of the hand easily and almost did not hurt. Naruko seemed to be enveloped in peace and tranquility, no pain or panic, just a clear mind and a firm hand. The cold of the grave immediately blew from the altar, and in the next second all the blood was absorbed into the dagger and the ritual stone itself. The young kitsune even thought for a second that the Shinigami mask stretched its grin wider and licked his lips. After a minute, this feeling disappeared, but another one appeared. Everything around began to darken, and the dagger disappeared from his hands. What's going on? The girl finally found the strength to say at least something, and immediately turned cold from someone else's breath from the darkness. It's okay. You can't be in danger in a place like this. They are protected by the gods themselves, which means no one but themselves can harm you. Kurama may have said this, but he himself also did not understand what was happening and why the connection with Naruko felt worse. At some point, Naruko completely stopped hearing voices from her subconscious, and her breathing became colder and closer. Well, hello, child, a soft, feminine voice rang out quite sharply and from a completely different side from that creepy breathing. Hello? Who are you? Having plucked up the courage, Kitsune finally asked. I am Inari. The goddess of abundance, rice and foxes, the same soft voice replied, and immediately a quiet, but bone-chilling whisper was heard from the other side. Shinigami is the god of death. The voice sounded quiet and seemingly distant. Why did you call me here? Oh, honey, it's very simple. A woman's voice sounded so soothing, as if a mother was soothing her child. You know, child, the gods have their own children, whom they patronize. And for many years conflicts break out between some gods, and those whom they patronize also participate in such wars. So it turns out that an ordinary little quarrel between the gods can lead to a large-scale war between humans and yokai. An example is Ashura and Indra. After all, they are just children, but the war between the yokai fed poor Indra's eyes with negative energy, which is why he went crazy. Naruko listened and everything suddenly became clear in her head and decomposed into shelves. The puzzles fell into place, and some events that should not have happened became explicable, and that's not all. Therefore, we, the gods, need a guarantee that another war will not start. It was possible to plow the tailed one to this, but they would rather become the instigators of the massacre. What do you want from me? The silence began to drag on. How can I help? You will become the pledge of peace, a piercing whisper sounded from the darkness. What? The girl was even more confused. Yes, honey, we want you to become a pledge of peace between us, the woman continued, and then sighed heavily. It will be difficult to explain, but the main idea is that Shinigami and I, one of the most important gods, will become your patrons. And then those whom we patronize will not arrange carnage because you will have both my powers and the Shinigami powers. Do you understand the main idea? Naruko understood and were horrified. She was afraid of such a big responsibility. She doesn't even have anything. Does not have a beautiful appearance, like Sakura-chan or Hinata-chan. The only thing she excelled at was good grades and difficult cockroaches in her head. Exactly. And Naruto? Sasuke and Kurama? What are they doing in my subconscious? This question was immediately answered. You see, you need help to cope with so much power that you have, and these three have done a lot for the world in a parallel universe, and we decided to give them a second chance, but already here. That world was already on the verge anyway, and the death of the heirs of Indra and Ashura led it to collapse. Oh, honey, we don't have much time. Goddess Inari sighed sharply and the god of death took the floor. When you wake up, some information will be in the scroll. Inari and I have prepared several assistants for you, so you are not alone. After that, the world spun around and the last thing Naru heard was the voice of her godfather, who was calling her anxiously. After that, she blacked out. Orochimaru was restless for the 10 minutes that he had to stand outside the barrier. He walked back and forth and tried to calm his nerves, when the barrier abruptly disappeared, and the cold of the grave began to blow from the temple. Sannin jumped up and almost in 2 steps overcame the entire staircase. The door opened with difficulty and a loud creak, but it was worth entering the temple itself, and Hibiyokai saw Naruko fainting. Naruko. He anxiously ran up to her, feeling her pulse. Thank Kami, everything was fine with her, but a second later another creaking of the entrance doors was heard throughout the temple. Are you? Sannin opened his eyes in shock, and then grinned. I knew you had something to do with it. Did we do the right thing? Inari looked longingly at the little girl whom they had doomed to great suffering with their own hands in the future. We couldn't do it any other way. The other gods began to put pressure on us, and there were no excuses left. Especially since she can handle it. Remember who's with her. Naruto, Sasuke, Kurama, the rest of the tailed ones and many more. She will cope. The main thing is to believe. Shinigami's voice, as before, sounded quiet and distant, like the rustle of grass. Maybe you're right. Naruko woke up with difficulty. Her head was buzzing, her mouth was dry, and everything was swimming in front of her eyes. Suddenly, a cup of water was put to her lips and the girl immediately clung to it, greedily swallowing. Thank you. Vona breathed out freely and finally was able to see her godfather, who helped her drink. You're welcome. Immediately after these words, Naruko realized that she was lying in her room. Immediately there were questions about the parents, but Minato came in and clarified everything. Although, no. He didn't clarify a damn thing, but only added even more questions. Dad? What are you doing here? The girl asked in surprise and immediately realized how stupid the question sounded. After all, Namikaze was in his house right now. Apparently, he decided not to answer the question, but only went to the bed and sat down on the edge. Unnoticed, Orochimaru left the room, leaving them alone. To make it more convenient, Naruko sat down on the bed and looked more closely at her father. His eyes now seemed to shine with a bright blue light, and the pupil narrowed to a thin stripe. "Dad? What happened?" Slowly, a slight panic began to creep up on the girl. "Naru, what happened in the temple?" Minato looked at his daughter seriously. She shrank and tensed under his gaze. There was silence in her subconscious. Naruko, in a panic, began to run her eyes around the room, as if she would find the answer, but this did not happen, you know. "Why don't you have a chakra?" The question was extremely unexpected, and the only thing the girl could answer was to shake her head in denial. "I sealed it." It sounded so calm and ordinary that Naruko froze. The realization did not come immediately, and when the thought settled down in the brain, the whole body froze. What? But, why? The voice trembles treacherously, and tears come to my eyes. She has been suffering all her life because of her own father, who himself sealed her chakra and ignores her because of this. So they don't kill you. Not killed. Who? Wiping her tears with the sleeves of her kimono, which had not been removed, Naru asked, and immediately came across her father's attentive, studying gaze. "Your hand." He gently took her hand and turned it over so that you could see a small tattoo in the form of a star. "It doesn't matter. Why did you seal my chakra?" Naruko stubbornly tried to catch the look of her father, who constantly looked away. In the Kitsune clan, there is one rule: if a half-breed is born, then he must burn the blood of a person in himself or die. The problem was that my mother was from the Namikaze clan, whose blood was as strong as the blood of the yokai. Then my parents decided to seal my yokai powers and send me to a human orphanage. As I later found out, they were killed, and the Namikaze clan was destroyed. When Kushina and I were waiting for the first Menma, I was very worried that the power of the yokai would wake up in him, and then they would find us, but this did not happen. Before you were 3 years old, I began to notice that your chakra was changing, but I thought that the nine-tailed was to blame for this. As it turned out later, no. The powers of the yokai awakened in you, but they were too intertwined with the chakra, which is why I didn't even notice them at first. Then I decided to bake them, but it turned out that the chakra was also sealed. It seemed to me that this was not such a big price for us all to stay alive, but later another problem appeared. My thoughts and yours began to generate, and because of this the seal was extremely unstable and gradually weakened. Because of this, I tried to avoid our communication, as well as any touching. He said this reluctantly and constantly avoided his daughter's gaze. Minato felt like the last bastard and asshole who couldn't even take care of his daughter. Naruko was in frustration. All this time she thought that her father hated her, but it turned out, "You don't hate me? I thought for so long that you didn't care about my fate. I thought I was a jerk who didn't even deserve the love of a family." "I'm sorry." Minato interrupted his daughter's monologue with a strong hug. "I'm so sorry." Naruko was lying in her room, completely lost in her thoughts, so she jerked in surprise when she was spoken to in her subconscious. "Naruko, come down. We have a conversation for you." Naruto's voice sounded unusually serious and calm. Uzumaki did not argue and immediately descended into the subconscious, finding a very strange picture. In the middle of a large room there was a small scroll. It was surrounded by a small red barrier. Naruto was standing a little further away and trying to get closer. Uchiha was sitting near Kurama and tried to enlighten the barrier with his eyes, but they hurt him so that he is now sitting with his eyes closed. And Kurama calmly watches it all. "Naru, do you know what this is?" As soon as he noticed the girl, Naruto exclaimed. "Calm down, Dobe. You need to first find out what happened in the temple, and only then everything else." Uchiha inserted his 5 kopecks. "How are you, little one?" Kurama asked with a slight shade of concern in his voice. For some reason, she immediately realized that he meant a conversation with his father. "It's okay. I think I really need to tell you what happened in the temple, after a very detailed story. A pledge of peace? Naruto arched an ironic eyebrow. At least that explains Indra's actions. Yes, and many other events, Sasuke sighed. Show me your hand. Kurama carefully looked at the small tattoo in the form of an asterisk on the hand. This is a seal. It contains the powers of Inari and Shinigami, as far as I understand, and this scroll should contain information on how to use it. So I just need to read the scroll? Naruto came up to him, and the barrier let the girl through without any problems. That's right, apparently the gods still don't want anyone but you to know its contents. Sasuke settled himself comfortably, leaning on Kurama's tails. Previously, the tailed one would have killed him on the spot for such a thing, but they have been communicating for too long, so Kurama allowed this Uchiha to do something. Moreover, you need to get used to it. Suddenly Sasuke will become something more than a friend for Naruto. Well, Naruto opened the scroll and immediately began to read, KKHM. Dear Naruto, if you are reading this, then I am almost 99.99% sure that Kurama, Naruto, and Sasuke are nearby, so I will pass some information through myself. You boys have probably already understood why we brought you here, so I won't rant on this topic. Your world has long been rotten, only the heirs of Indra and Ashura restrained it from destruction, and since you died. This information may seem unnecessary, but I think it will be important for you. You died for a reason. Sakura Haruno, on behalf of the 5th Hokage, eliminated 3 of the most dangerous objects, Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke and Hatake Kakashi, as well as the 9-tailed fox, Kurama. That trap was just for your stun, then she used her medical skills. I'm sorry, but you need to understand that you need to be on your guard. And now, Naruto, I think Kurama has already understood what kind of seal you have on your hand. We set it up so that you wouldn't be torn apart by so much energy. Your chakra is also sealed, but you will find this later. All these seals will give you some of the energy while you train to make it easier. Everything should go smoothly, but please don't overdo it. Your body is still weak, so start small. I also advise you to start eating normally, so that you don't eat one ramen anymore. Do you understand me? Our Shinigami powers may manifest on your appearance. Tails, ears, hair color or eyes may change. I think Minato has already told you everything, so I need to warn you, I can't directly contact the Kitsune clan, but if they attack, just show them the seal. If they try to kill you after that, you can use all your strength to destroy them. I have long disliked their laws, especially about half-breeds. I warn you right away, Shinigami patronizes reapers, but they do not like to interfere in the affairs of people and other yokai, so you are unlikely to meet. I would also like to say that we will help with the creation of bodies for Kurama, Naruto, and Sasuke. Naruto, please be careful, don't strain yourself too much, start training small, start eating well and try to find friends. That's it. I wish you and the others good luck. P.S. Tailed, if that will help you. As for Kakashi, he died and we didn't have time to pick him up before rebirth. Perhaps you will meet a child with the same habits as him. With love, your Inari and Shinigami. Next, the principle of energy control and several techniques are described. Naruto finished and looked at the depressed friends. The girl pursed her lips, trying to think of a way to comfort. Naruto looked dejectedly at his hands and tried to hold back tears. Who would have thought that his dearest people would betray him? If he could still accept their death, then betrayal. Sasuke pursed his lips and looked away. This betrayal did not affect him much, on the contrary, he expected something like this for himself, but also for Naruto and Kakashi-sensei. The most terrible thing is that Hatake, their teacher and support, died because of betrayal and, unlike them, died for good. The depressed mood of the guys was transmitted to the girl. Only Kurama sighed heavily. He didn't feel betrayed or hated. The tailed one knows people too well not to be surprised at their depravity. Thank Kami that his brothers, sisters, Naruto and Sasuke are alive, but somehow I don't care about the rest. Although there was some anger at myself for not noticing the trap and not preventing death, Naruto stared dejectedly at the scroll. The mood, which had not been good before, became even worse. I think we all need to rest today. Good night. Naruto left her subconscious without waiting for an answer and tried to fall asleep. It turned out to be a little bad, but stress and fatigue quickly overwhelmed the girl. Nevertheless, she slept very badly because of nightmares. So, having fenced off the subconscious from Naruto, so as not to wake her up, Kurama barked, which made the guys twitch. Well, they pulled themselves together. How old are you to be depressed because of some pink Arctic fox? They upset my child. What happened can't be changed. Tailed calmed down a little. It's better to learn from this and keep moving on. You're right. Uzumaki smiled a little. We're getting a little weak. Uchiha grinned. After all, we'll soon be able to get out of here and get some fresh air. That's right. Soon we will realize our plan. Naruto finally came to himself. The next day, Naruto woke up with a headache. It's good that she got used to it, so she didn't suffer much, or rather didn't show her suffering. Getting out of bed, with bare feet, she stomped into the bath, without completely opening her eyes. The cold water helped her wake up, so she had to go back to the room for things that she had forgotten in her sleep. There was silence in the subconscious. Apparently they were still sleeping. Having filled the bath with water, Naruto began to undress, but what was her surprise when she found a tattoo in the form of a fox's muzzle on her stomach. At first she was even a little scared, but then she besieged herself. Who knows if this is another seal? Before she could calmly exhale, the door to the bathroom abruptly opened. I'm the first. Maya shouted, opening the door. You're always the first. Menma shouted after him, pulling his sister away from the bath by her clothes. And then they both froze, staring at Naruto, or rather at the tattoo on his stomach. Suddenly the girl woke up and, throwing a towel in their face, tightly closed the door. What the fuck? The girl screamed at the whole subconscious, because of which the guys playing cards were startled. What happened? Naruto immediately jumped up. Ha ha ha. Kurama, who decided to look through Naruto's last memories, neighed at everything subconsciously. It's not funny. Uzumaki Jr. immediately blushed. What if Maya tells mom and dad about this? Kushina, as it seemed to me, doesn't care about you, and Minato will immediately understand what's what, the tailed one still answered, having stopped laughing. What happened? Sasuke asked after all. Menma and Maya saw Naruto's second tattoo. The second one? Naruto did not immediately understand. This is the one that holds back the chakra, the nine-tailed one explained anyway. Should I go to my godfather, or should I give him a break from me? Naruto pulled on shorts and a t-shirt. She wasn't going to leave the house today. I doubt that your company will ever bore him. Sighed Uchiha, who was watching the relationship between his former teacher and Naruto. But I think today is a great day for you to study cooking, Kurama grinned. He's had enough of Naruto with his ramen, so he won't leave it like that. Well, okay, you're right. Moreover, the goddess Inari also talked about it. Uzumaki Jr. dried her hair with a hair dryer and began to comb them. Then you need to go to the store and buy books on cooking and food. Naruto enthusiastically embraced the idea. Naruto smiled a little, opening the bathroom door behind which her brother and sister were standing. Mom. She's already out. Maya shouted with some kind of triumph and immediately received an evil look from Menma. Naruto. Clearly an evil Kushina was climbing the stairs. Naruto sighed heavily. Yet she had been alone for so long that such attention to herself was tiring. especially from Kushina, a woman who had never paid proper attention to her for all 11 years, who allowed you to do tattoos? Uzumaki was enraged by the fact that her daughter got a tattoo without her permission. Yes. Nothing changes. Thank Kami, my father has not gone to work yet and was able to resolve the situation. Kushina, calm down, I gave her permission, he said a little fearfully. Minato. She's still too young. Why didn't you consult with me? And when you participated in my upbringing at all to a sufficient extent that you were asked for permission, Naruko got into the conversation, thereby putting an end to it. Menma, watching everything from the sidelines, was just freaking out. In one night, his sister got 2 tattoos, he saw the second one on the brush in the form of an asterisk. His father abruptly changed his attitude towards his sister, and his mother began to pay more attention to her. Even so, a sharp feeling that perhaps everything was falling into place gave off warmth in his chest, but his mind immediately cooled him down. If the father has changed his attitude, but it's too early to judge about it, it doesn't mean that something will change. Meanwhile, Naruko was changing in her room. Finally, wearing a knee-length blue kimono and braiding her hair into a high ponytail, she went shopping before not forgetting to ask her father for money. So, I need to buy a recipe book. Still standing in her room, she was making an approximate shopping list when a rather thick book fell out of print right into her hands. What? Wow, the goddess Inari even took care of that. Naruto shouted with admiration. When you learn how to cook well, try some of this. Winky face. Did she really give you a recipe book? Sasuke stared at the book in a stupor. The first recipe is kebabs. What are kebabs? Naruko looked at the picture in a stupor. It looks pretty tasty, yes, but now we need to focus on learning how to cook, and not try something new. Kurama Chakra pulled the book back into print and commanded, and now run to the shops. There is. Naruko quickly started through the window in the direction of the street with grocery stores and shops. In principle, there were no problems anywhere, since Naruko had gone grocery shopping before, and the sellers did not dare to somehow spoil the food for Mr. Hokage and the rest of his family. So Naruko went shopping all morning. Finally, I'm home. She fell on the threshold of Naruko's house. She put 3 large bags filled with groceries on the floor. Yeah, no stamina. Uchiha sighed heavily. I'm going to be offended. Uzumaki Jr. jokingly screamed. Okay, Sasuke backed down. The next day was quite fun for Naruko and the guys. During all this time, they tried to cook curry, dango of 3 types, onigiri, mochi, homemade ramen, tamagoyaki, katsudon, castella, sponge cake, and miso soup. As you have already understood, half of them turned out only on the second attempt. In general, Naruko has prepared an almost full refrigerator. Since family members dine mostly separately and mostly with friends, no one interfered with her. Who's doing well? I'm doing great. Uzumaki said solemnly. Of course, only now will all this be eaten? Looked skeptically at the mountain of food Kurama. He himself would certainly not mind eating, but unfortunately, there is no opportunity. I'll eat it tomorrow. Naruko yawned wearily. I've already eaten while cooking. If I'm tired, go rest. As far as I know, tomorrow, on the last day of the celebration, there will also be a festival, just like on the first day. That's where you'll have fun, Naruto smiled. The next day, Naruko woke up in a good mood. So, today I need to have time to run to my godfather, conduct a trial training, maybe see my Sasuke and have a good last day of the holiday. The girl enthusiastically listed the upcoming cases. Your Sasuke? Naruto asked with a grin, which caused the younger one to blush immediately. It's easier for me to distinguish my world from yours, the more it will be unclear then what kind of Sasuke I'm talking about. Yes, yes, we willingly believe, Kurama smiled. He has already accepted that Uzumaki are just obsessed with Uchiha. However, this also works in the opposite direction. I need to hurry. Where do we start? I think it would be better to go to the training ground, conduct a training session and only then go to Orochimaru. Moreover, it will be possible to meet your Sasuke. Uchiha, who had been silent before, joined the conversation. Come on. The girl emotionally put a mental wall between herself and the guys in the subconscious, which they just laughed at, but she didn't hear it anymore. Meanwhile, Uzumaki left the house and strolled to the training ground. The weather outside was beautiful, the sun shines brightly, soft clouds slowly float by, and a light breeze gently ruffles the hair. People wandered about their business, not forgetting to throw angry glances at the girl. However, on the way, she really saw Uchiha Jr., who was just leaving the store with a gun. He also noticed her a second later and smiled affably. However, he smiled only for Naruto. The rest would say that the guy just slightly lifted the corners of his lips, as if in mockery. Sasuke. Good morning. Coming closer, the girl smiled. Good morning, where are you going? For training. Uzumaki's spirits rose even more. Do you mind if I join you? Of course not. And, Naruto looked a little way behind Sasuke's back and froze in amazement. Itachi was standing there, like an abandoned puppy, and watching his brother, and this, don't pay attention. Sasuke grinned with satisfaction. Let's go? Yeah, the training had been going on for several hours and Naruto was really holding up well, even if her body wasn't trained enough yet. Sasuke, who was several times stronger than her, felt great and even teased the girl from time to time. The distribution of teams is coming soon. The guy sighed when they had already sat down to rest under a tree. What do you think you will get into? I don't know. Most likely we will be put on the same team, since I am weak in practice and strong in theory, and you are good at everything. It's not a fact, of course, but if it happens, then they will put someone to level our strength. Naruto sighed heavily. Most likely it will be, the team should be balanced. Are you still not going to rest on the holiday? After all, this is our vacation before exams, tests and distribution. Uchiha frowned and rubbed his temples as if with a headache. You look tired, the girl said. Nightmares, answered Sasuke laconically. You didn't answer. Today I want to take a little walk in the evening. The girl smiled. And you? Itachi is trying to become an exemplary brother for me, so he drags me wherever possible. Uchiha sighed heavily and looked at the sky. It's time for me. Dinner is coming soon. Mom will be angry if I'm late. It's time for me to go to my godfather. 2.So they parted. Naruto went to her godfather in a great mood. Let there be almost no strength left in the body, but it was easy and simple in the soul. Godfather. The girl said happily and hugged Orochimaru. Hi, Naru. No matter how I look, are you in a great mood? He smiled the same way. Hehe, I was able to run a few kilometers today and even managed to do push-ups 5 times. Well done, you're making great progress. Yeah, just for these 2 kilometers, you took a break for yourself 10 times, Kurama replied sarcastically. Hey! It was the first training session and this is already an achievement. The girl was indignant. Yes, you're good, Naruto smiled, and Sasuke just grinned. Meanwhile, Naruto and Orochimaru had already brewed tea and were now drinking it with a newly purchased dango. We need to solve something with the bodies for Sasuke and Naruto. The girl began the conversation. There will be a lot of problems with this. The man thoughtfully turned the cup in his hands. Maybe. The goddess Inari said that she would help me. Maybe there are some other letters in the seals? Need to check. Naruto stared at her hand, where there was a seal in the form of an asterisk. To check everything, she directed a small drop of chakra, which began to accumulate in her body from the meeting with the gods, into the seal from which a scroll immediately appeared. Oh. It will be necessary to check the second seal later. So, what do we have here that's interesting? there was another seal and a letter in the scroll. Dear Naruto, I'm glad you figured out what to do so quickly. This seal contains bodies without souls for Naruto and Sasuke. We put seals on them so that the souls could easily merge into the bodies. You just need to redirect all the chakra that is in you into these bodies, and in the meantime, the guys themselves have to direct their chakra into the bodies. It's best if you take turns doing it. Be careful. So the problem with the bodies has been solved. The girl lit up with happiness. You just need to do everything carefully. Godfather. You have to help me. She shone like a new light bulb, even her hair seemed to be made of the rays of the sun. I was drawn to poetry. Ahem. Let's continue. I think we need to prepare a little. Orochimaru smiled awkwardly, blinded by such enthusiasm that I don't know anything. Sasuke and Naruto should visit the holiday today. I would like Kurama to be present. She immediately drooped a little, but quickly regained her enthusiasm. Well, we'll think of something. Let's get started. HAA. I didn't think it would take so much effort. Naruto was lying on a chair without strength and trying to catch her breath, as if she had been running for half an hour without stopping. All her clothes were already soaked with sweat, which was pouring down her face profusely. How good it is to finally feel alive. Naruto felt his body with pleasure and smiled broadly. Sasuke was more reserved in this regard, but he also smiled. Now you can come with me to the party. The girl immediately cheered up, but one fact slightly dampened her enthusiasm, and Kurama was unlucky. Well. You can try to do the same as I did in my world. Naruto smiled uncertainly. And what did you do? I created a clone and placed Kurama's consciousness in it. Most often I applied henge. Naruto awkwardly scratched his head, remembering how he pretended to be a little girl and called him daddy. Yeah. Sasuke laughed a lot then. You can try it. Moreover, I did not try to create a clone after I got a chakra. Naruto revived with enthusiasm, which she immediately needed to reduce, since fatigue still took over. Now I'll just rest it. You don't have to strain yourself, I can try myself. Naruto helped her sit back down and tried to create a clone. Huh? Why can't I do it? Because our chakra canals haven't fully recovered yet, idiot. Sasuke sighed wearily. Calm down. First you need to rest a little. Orochimaru put hot tea in front of Naruto with a calming effect and sternly looked at the guys who literally resurrected. You first ask Kurama if this will work, and only then experiment. He shook his head dissatisfied. Kurama, what do you think about this? Drinking tea, the girl asked. I can bear it, after all, I've been sitting for so long, I can still bear it. The nine-tailed man stirred. Well, it even sounds too sad. There is a chance at all to repeat what Naruto says. There is, but the clone will not last long. Great. Kurama said that there is a chance, but the clone will not last long, so you can try, Uzumaki Jr. said while finishing her tea. Well, that's something, too. Uzumaki Sr. also cheered up. And now we need to impose a henge on you and come up with names for you. Orochimaru spoke again. Don't worry about the story, I'll tell you that you are my new students, whom I picked up in the village of T. We can pretend to be brothers, and the name is, Sasuke closed his eyes, thinking, Kano, and the last name is Suzuki. Great. Then my name will be Rock. Naruto smiled in all 32. HAA, some problems from you, Orochimaru grumbled discontentedly, as if he was some kind of grandmother. You still need to pick up clothes for the holiday. I had clothes somewhere, but it's time for Naruto to get ready to go home. The girl got up from her seat and headed towards the exit. We'll meet at Ichiraku Ramen at 6 o'clock. Good. Naruto's voice and Sasuke's quiet chuckle came from behind her. The girl reached the house quickly, talking with Kurama on various topics. Won't you be bored now, alone? Already approaching the house, she asked. Pfft. At least I'll take a break from their constant conversations and quarrels, that's also true. Is everyone at home today? Naruko noticed at the entrance. And yet, your sense of smell is amazing, although if you remember that you are to some extent a kitsune. Kurama sighed, go already, get ready. No one was at home this morning, so Naruko didn't see her family today. Hi, she said, coming into the kitchen. Hi, Menma smiled broadly, father just nodded, and Maya and Kushina just ignored. Where were you? I went to my godfather. Naruko poured herself a cup of tea, sat down next to her brother and Minato. He suggested that I take a walk today with his new students. New students? Minato pushed aside the scroll he was reading and arched an eyebrow in surprise. Yeah. Brothers, the girl did not go into details further as she did not want suspicions if she mixed up something. And you didn't go to the holiday with us, Maya pursed her lips sarcastically. At the same moment, a heavy atmosphere appeared. Minato closed himself with a scroll, Menma buried himself in his snack, Dango, Kushina continued to wash dishes, which seemed very loud in such silence. Ahem. I'm going to change. As soon as the girl left the kitchen, the views of the male half of the family crossed on the eldest daughter, Maya. Minato tiredly massaged his temples and sighed, and Menma just shook his head. That's the end of it.